All right, welcome on into another Dungeons and Dragons stream. I'm your host, the Ace, right here, and today I got ourselves a lovely group of fellas over here. Uh, we got ourselves. I'm gonna go from the bottom to the top because that's how we do, and gonna be introducing our co-hosts and such. So from the bottom, we start off with Targ.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in to the great show.
Next, we got ourselves a Nenewza, aka Norelor.
Hello.
And then we have Valkin.
Hello, and welcome into the stream.
And then we have the other Russian one.
Shit! Random wolf just flew in my face. Get out of here. Hi, how you doing?
And then we
gonna stalker.
Ugh, Jesus. Ugh. Anyway, we have and finally we have our not so small anymore pseudodragon Paarth.
Wow, greetings.
And yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get started today. I hope you guys are doing well in the chat. Just to let you know a few things. Number one, Dawnbreaker, who is playing Valkin, is one of our players. Yeah, and he is also streaming on his own end. So if you want to watch from the player perspective, you can go ahead and check the link out in the pinned post. Or if you want to keep it the Dungeon Master's perspective, because I am God and I will do what I want, you can see what I'm doing to mess with the party here.
There, yep. Pull us up in a tab apiece there, and you'll be able to flip back and forth however you wish.
And then also just to let you know that the chats are linked up. So if you say something in my chat, it's going to appear in also Breaker's chat too. So yeah, fun jazz. And with that, I think we're going to go ahead and get started for today. But before I go ahead and give a recap of what's occurred, I need everyone to roll initiative for me, baby.
Oh boy. There.
Oh, going into this already. Lovely.
Hey! Thank you for the subscription there, Aeros.
Ah, yes, truly delightful.
Uh,
Okay.
uno momento. I knew I forgot to open something. It was the character sheet.
Yes,
Movie.
Yeah.
that'll happen.
There's my initiative. I have a good one this time.
Yeah. Give
I'll
me
take
one
it.
moment. I'm just gonna jot mine down. So
It rolled off the 16 to a 3.
I could re-roll that, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I want to risk it.
So you are going to risk it for that biscuit.
Hold on. No, I did not want to do that. I wanted to remove the die.
yeah. Oh, hold on one second. I'm gonna turn my audio down. This is why I turned down the master volume earlier, because I couldn't hear anything. But now like there we go. It's like weird because like the audio will just spike so much in the game, and it's like, bro, I literally cut down the master volume by 50%. It's still fucking doing it, and it's like, I love Tailspire balance audio.
Isn't it great?
It's great. Well, it's a great program. Honestly, I love it.
Oh yeah. But no, just the audio part.
It does puzzle me the lack of controls the game has, even at this point, considering that I think it's a Unity-based game. So I would have assumed that they just pull out the default options menus at the very least.
Right. Yeah.
Things like audio balancing, graphic settings of any kind besides just resolution.
Yeah, that is definitely an odd part of that, though. Okay, gotta check one thing quickly. So,
Oh,
Okay, cool.
I presume we didn't have time for a short rest yet.
You guys actually did get a chance. As we left off, you took a short rest after your combat, so you are more than. If you have not tracked that on your character, now is the time to do so.
All right. So time to use those hit die.
I thought you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
already used your hit
We
die.
we already did that though.
Oh, you already did. Oh.
Yeah, that was during last session.
Oh, well, if you already used it, then I remember poorly.
This is why I look back on recordings prior to sessions.
Yep.
The
And
only
this
thing I
is
didn't
also-
do was my magical recovery, which I am doing now.
And this is also why I take notes, try to remember things better.
Hey man, I'm like improving most of the shit, so like you can't expect me to remember everything.
Well, that's why you have two dergs that keep recordings.
Yeah. So you can check it out on youtube.com.
Well, right now, Davwyn's the only one out of the two of us that's actively posting them on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I know. I've been following your channel for a while now. Aeros.
Be on youtube.com/daysatoilet.
Or rather, subscribe to it.
Yeah.
So weird when you spend most of your time on Twitch, you start to like more adopt the terminology of the site and just forget everything about the YouTube terminology.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
Oh, I forgot to roll for Acheron's.
Whoops.
Aw, shit.
That's alright. I still haven't put anything in just yet, so. Okay. So he got a 21. Okay. So let's see that initiative, baby. So. Damn, we got so many freaking high rolls today.
Yeah, disregard
Yeah.
Larzong's last roll. He's keeping his first roll.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
20. Second roll was accidental.
Okay, and then so since both Aeros and Larzong, you guys both have a 5 in your decks or so, then you guys can decide who goes first and who goes second.
Well, how do you want to go about it?
Well, I mean, if you want to go first, I'll respect that, of course.
Yeah.
Just for your consideration, I have no ranged attacks.
I was gonna say it doesn't matter to me. So, if you want to try and go first, awesome.
If you're looking for the mechanics means of determining that, the next would be intelligence.
Yeah, because that's what I normally default to, but I want to give Larzong a chance to basically just outright say, "Yeah, I'll go first."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. Also, my intelligence modifier is +1.
+2 for me. So, by
Okay.
mechanic standpoint, Vladimir would go first.
All right,
Okay.
we will do that then. And okay, so I'm just switching over to exploration, and I'm using the turn-based mode just to kind of keep track of it right now, so that way I can add everything else in and just be good to go. And yeah, so from last where we left off, you had descended down the bit of stairs and also ladder itself from the pond outside of the ruins of the Temple of Shar, and you had encountered a bit of an odd situation with two high guards of the Ruspine guards itself and the Ruspine family, and leading to some unfortunate information that it had been kind of revealed upon Valkin's end, with the combat kind of turning into a bit of a hard thrash on both sides. There had been a conflict between the party of keeping one of the guards alive for a bit longer, which turned out to pretty much being a little bit of interrogation and then followed by a swift execution. And as you kind of taken time to cool off with each different decision made and such, you arrive back from your short rest. Still kind of seeing that the area has lit up actually a little bit after your rest. Despite there not actually being an area of light that's beaming outwards, you do feel that the darkness in the area has kind of like been pulled away a little bit. Despite there being some like residual kind of still feelings that you've had with this place, it feels a lot brighter and looks a lot brighter in here. Is there anything in particular that anyone wants to do now that you have your short rest completed?
I'm assuming the conversation with Vicky has happened. That's still a fact.
Yes, that the conversation with Vicky has happened where she did brief to us that the good doctor did get executed, and she is now running the show on her end, basically solo. And she also agreed to gather a bit more intel, but try and be as stealthful about it as possible to negate the potential effects of being caught.
Yep.
Paarth is going to talk to Valkin and Vladimir whenever there is a quiet moment.
Alright.
Oh yeah, this would be a quiet moment for that, so if you want to, more than free with that too.
Okay. You first, Aeros.
I was about to say, and then Targ, what are you looking at doing? Because you're up at the headstones there behind the altar.
Ah, yes.
Well, my generic mood is just kind of, I face death with renewed strength, but first I must see what I can discover in this place. So I'm kind of just studying the walls and surroundings here, trying to see if there's anything relevant going on.
Yeah. You can definitely go ahead and do that. Before I go ahead and just give you a description, Norelor, was there anything you wanted to do, or did you just kind of want to like talk with the others about kind of the conversations going on?
It didn't feel like the conversation was fully settled, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, so you just wanted to check and see.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that being the case then, I'm going to just go ahead and break this up. So I'll start off with Targ, and then we'll go to everyone else. So that way you guys have your conversations.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yep. So, Targ, as you are walking around the altar area itself, as it is designed and gleamed to be quite a bit of a gloomy sort of sight with the blue flickering flames, noticing that there is a large statue like that stands like right above you of a hooded figure. Doesn't look like there's really any details of an actual face behind the hood, but you do see that there are lots of different types of writings that are kind of on stone tablets. And I just want to double check, what languages do you specifically know?
I know Common, Orcish, and Undercommon.
Okay, so you actually would be able to identify the script which is undercommon. As you kind of go from like the far end of each side or so, reading a total about 8 or so of these tablets, you get a sort of description of how just general prayers that would be going to Sharm, like praising for dark blessings, and just general thanks for trying to bring true liberation from darkness, but using it as a strength. But the middle two catch your eye, as it seems something kind of different, as you get an exact script of the following. Upon lights diminish, true sacrifice must be made. Bleed for me, wound yourself for me, and I will give you strength.
Bleed for me, shall give you strength. Concerning notion. I will try to attract the attention of the others and kind of try to explain what I found out.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go over to their conversation quickly, and then go ahead and just kind of let things subside. And then as all of you are doing this, you still kind of see like Aknon like kind of sitting at the steps, like kind of like going through his stuff. But for the rest of you, as you're all gathered up, and as this investigation goes on Targ's end, you may have your short combo.
So, Paarth would be sitting there, and during the whole interrogation / murder of the guard, Paarth very visibly was curled up and trying to look away and was very disapproving in expression. After things had a chance to settle down and everything that had happened with Vicky passed, Paarth sits there quietly until finally the conversation died down, and Paarth lifts his head to look towards the two Vulpines, and in Sylvan, well, after staring at them for a moment, speaks in Sylvan. As you know, I do not approve of the motives and of the... sorry, I'm trying hard and I'm tired still. Of your intentions and results. However, I would still suggest that you do your rites of passage for your fallen, for they are of your kin.
We will give them their rights, though their actions disgust me some. It will not be forgotten.
Their loyalty may be misguided, but their loyalty were true.
Though I will say that loyalty to truth is valued much higher than loyalty to position in our country, and they have violated that.
Paarth nods gently and starts to lower his head, but notices that Targ start to walk towards them.
Yeah. So this would be the point more where you'd be approaching them, Targ. So there you go.
There was once a time when I believed that conflict itself was an end unto itself. But now I see clearly, and I think conflict is only means to a real end. And it should never be considered otherwise.
Yes. But, I saw you searching about up there. Anything we should know? Any new discoveries you've made?
Yes, actually. There was some text on the tablets over there among the altar area. Char's followers have written down that there is some kind of power to be had in this place. And it specifically said that it requires a sacrifice of blood.
Sacrifice of blood. Well, isn't that convenient? Glancing around at all the blood on the ground here. It certainly seems that there's plenty of it from the last battle.
Yes, although I am uncertain if it means that it requires just blood from any source or blood from the recipient who wishes for the blessing. Although I would suggest caution in this matter as well, considering this place was, in a sense, reconsecrated for Shar.
Was there any indication that it had to be such to proceed, or to open some sort of passage, or, well, frankly, anything else about the altar?
As far as I can tell, not really. The scripture is kind of worn, perhaps outdated slightly.
Yes, understood.
Paarth responds in common towards Targ. I wish not give essence to Dark God.
And I am not asking you to.
Well, I wonder if...
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I wonder if perhaps Norelor would be able to work with you. What language was it in?
This is in Undercommon, the language gradually manufactured by the Drow.
Yes. Well, I wonder if you and Norelor could work together to see if there is any other options for us to proceed. Perhaps her knowledge of the more religious side could reveal something. And Aeros, you were saying?
No, Vladimir was just going to respond to something akin to, well, I'm pretty sure that Norelor would forbid that kind of action. Anyways, so it's not like we would want to in the first place.
So, yeah, as much as I would like to hear her screaming in my face again, I also don't want to give her a potential power. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Paarth nods.
It was why I was hoping that if you took a closer look at it there with Targ, you would be able to perhaps find something else. Who knows, maybe with the whole reconsecration thing, there was perhaps something underlying of your goddess.
I suppose it's worth a look. And
Yeah.
she'll slowly start walking forward.
Although it makes some sense to me, as someone learned in Undercommon, I may not be fully in the know of the context that it might have been before.
Hmm.
I would still like your opinion on the matter and your insight.
All right. So then, just to double check, Norelor, you're also gonna check out the writings.
Yeah.
So for your situation, as you approach each of the different tablets after taking your moment with the fallen enemies, you do notice something very odd about the plaques that are up there. From a distance, you do see that there is writing, but as you get closer, the words fade into stone. And as you approach closer, there's just nothing there.
I guess Sarah doesn't want a Selunite reading that stuff. It's just pure stone to me.
Interesting. Do I still see any of the writing, or is it gone for me as well?
So Targ, you see it clearly. You still see the script and everything like that, and like even like if you like rub like your hand across it or so, like you Targ, you can feel like the etchings in the stone of the words that are there. But for you, Norelor, it's just you can see that there's words from a distance, you can't quite make it out, and as you try to get closer, the words fade into the stone.
Okay, so that's a thing. Should I do sort of check to try to figure out what's going on?
Yeah, so go ahead and either give me an Arcana or Religion check for this.
Okay. I'm going for religion then.
Alright. First roll besides initiative. Let's see how this goes.
D20.
Can I try as well, religion?
Yeah, go for it. If you also want to help each other out too, then one person would just make the roll, but they would do it with advantage. Or unless you just want to do it separately.
I'll give her assistance instead, because she probably has a better religion score than I do.
Okay.
So,
Yep, so
what?
then,
I have advantage then?
yes. As Targ is helping you out with trying to read it through. Ow. Crap,
Good thing I have advantage.
yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad.
Not by much.
Darn.
Yeah,
Mhm.
unfortunately, even with like a help of translation, it's just not something that you would be able to truly identify in the regard. You could probably get that the words that are like being told to you, but like word by word, that they just sound more like chants and hymns and such. That would be something akin to Shar. It's just hard to tell if there's any true intention with it. Though the only one that actually does give a little bit more clarity is just the middle ones, that were saying like of to be provided extra strength, blood must be shed. Actually, also, since Targ and Norelor would be, you guys are near the altar as you would do this. What's your passive perception, both of you?
Also, Valkin's taking a reaction there in game.
Start performing the comprehend languages ritual. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and do that, and that will take you 10 minutes to do so.
All right.
My passive perception would be 16.
Mine is 17.
Okay, yeah, the both of you notice it. So as you are like kind of near the altar, reading different scripts or so, one thing that does pique your interest is that as you're kind of walking around, you notice that there seems to be like some sort of substance that is not only kind of around the ground itself, but primarily in the cracks of the stones. But it does seem to be starting from the altar that has like sort of a dried substance on it.
Does it look like blood?
If you want to go ahead and see, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Okay.
Okay. Right, my character does a medicine check.
Oh.
Well, never mind.
Oh,
Dang,
nice.
that's a 20.
Boom! That's
Nat-
20. Let's fucking go.
Nice.
That was fucking nice. Okay. At the altar, you do spot a lot of dried blood. That seems to have faded quite in the stone itself. But one thing about the altar gives you a little bit of shock and surprise. As you follow like the dry blood or so that kind of pours to the front into a pre-built-in bowl, there is a bit of like a sort of, it acts more of like a funnel that seems to drain into the cracks of the stone beneath you. And the more that you kind of like observe it and it more goes outwards, you do see that it channels off into 4 different directions, and it, instead of it being more like dried blood, it's kind of like texture changes, becoming more of like a goo, and like a stickier substance rather than a dried blood. Something of like an ichor, as you even see that the color of it starts to turn more dark. Yeah, and then one detail is that as they channel off, they seem to go more towards like the open area and such, but it kind of without following it or so, it's kind of a little hard to tell of exactly where they stop, but they do see that they go towards the other end of the room.
So, you think this is some red character device that activates when in the presence of blood?
I feel like there. Actually, I have a feeling that they possibly may have placed like bodies on top of this and just made them hemorrhage on it, but it feels very peculiar that blood textures are very different on different sides of it. I'm not sure what to think of it, but honestly, if you do not mind, I would like to try something.
As long as it doesn't involve sacrificing something of yourself to it, go ahead.
Well, that's sort of what I was implying. And he basically takes his karma blade and just kind of runs it on over his left hand's palm and raises it above the kind of the central section of the altar.
Okay. So you cut your hand and you're essentially draining blood onto it.
Well,
Or...
I'll give a bit. I'll do it slowly enough that if she wants to interrupt me, she can.
She'll probably try to stop him from even the cutting himself. Who's going? If we're gonna use blood, I think we could try to use the blood's already been spilled. We don't need to spill anymore.
I do not really mind, but if you think the others won't mind it, we could use one of the fallen enemies, I suppose.
Yeah. After a right's done with them, is to try to at least make the soul gets to its afterlife. Where we use the body for something.
I'm ready to do whatever it takes to solve this.
Alright, let's use this and get back to the others and discuss findings. But mostly yours.
I would say with this general investigation, as like you kind of took time to kind of really think it through and read it through properly, I would say that as you get back to the party of Valkin, we'll say 10 minutes have passed.
Okay.
So now you have comprehend languages. Yay!
Yeah.
I can understand all.
For just a little bit of time.
Yes. Here. All right.
Oh, but for Norelor and Targ, was there anything else you wanted to check before you went back to report your findings, or? I will take that as a no then. So.
All right.
So, yep, you two make it back to the party, and just as Vulcan's ritual finishes and such, you guys are free for full conversation.
Right.
Meanwhile, Paarth and Vlad have just been like staring at each other, no words exchanged, but it can be seen that it looks like there's a conversation going on, just a silent one.
Mm-hmm. And there, yes, and I kind took that as meaning of let you two mentally talk it out there while I go ahead and just do my preparations with comprehend languages. There. Seeing the two of you return, well, what have you discovered?
It feels that the altar has something that activates in the presence of blood.
Well, that is not too surprising from what I understand of these sorts of shrines. I just completed a ritual and to allow me to hopefully assist and comprehend the Underdark language, amongst others.
Oh, you're probably better luck. To me, the tablets are blank.
Yes, apparently the texts are shielded from followers of Selune.
Let's see. At Paarth's saying is that in Sylvan, they turn back. What do you mean, Paarth? Protect your soul in friends?
Paarth looks
Vladimir. Oh, go ahead. You started.
up. Alright, Paarth looks up and speaks in common for the benefit of the others. Vlad soul many pieces. Others outweigh the one we know. The one we know must stay strong.
Vladimir slowly stands from his seat and he goes, I believe I might know how we can potentially handle this.
But that is an interesting point. But another thing, do not forget those other portions there. They are souls unto themselves and fractured just as he is. And I would imagine that the two already captured have just as much want to control the other as and become the dominant one as he does. So
Vladimir raises a paw a little bit and goes, you need to understand something. I don't know if you've seen it, but every time I try to use mask, people lose trust in me. And it's the last thing I want to do.
No, my comment was more along the lines of it may not be a 2-on-1 endeavor. It may more.
Well, actually, it's 3.
Well, 3-on-1 endeavor. It is more like more like a rounded standoff, where all are against one another, but no one is aligned against one. Perhaps that would, if that is true, that might give you some advantage.
Vladimir just stares, absolutely puzzled, like, the hell are you on about?
Norelor is completely confused by that statement herself.
Huh?
Are you suggesting that I put on mask and try and converse with the other souls to... Well, I shouldn't call it strike a deal, but... to come to an agreement? Is that what you're saying?
I do not think that would be very well possible, not unless at least one of the other souls is closer to you in the sense of wanting to become whole and sees that they have no option anymore and they will be subsumed. And it is far better than that they not be subsumed by the other one and you instead. But I was more suggesting that they are likely not wanting to be absorbed or dominated by the other two souls already in the mask just as much as they don't want to be absorbed or subsumed by you. So it's not all 3 of them against you, but all 4 of yourself against each other. A 4-way battle instead of a 3-on-1.
Targ would like to... He would approach the 2 Volpines and kind of Seemed like he would have something to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you'll allow me to interject, I could provide assistance on the matter.
Well, at this point, anything could be better than what I currently know. I may be a shard soul, but I know nothing of what it's like.
Well, lucky for you, well, you should have realized by now, probably, that souls of the dead are very much the purvey of myself and my master.
No, that makes sense. There.
Any other kind of intel I can get on this matter, the better I can be mentally equipped.
We could possibly conduct a ritual together. See if we can perhaps commune with your other parts a bit more intricately and on a personal level. I am willing to be your assistant or arbiter, if you will.
Mm-hmm. You do hear Aknon kind of like stand up or so and like stretch a moment and interject. It's like, didn't we already just find out what happens when you mess with that mask? And he just kind of like, he kind of like stands over the dead body next to him.
We did, but I think I understand what Targ is suggesting. With him as conduit, it would effectively be more of a... he would be acting as a barrier between Vladimir and the other halves of himself, and thus be able to channel it with far greater accuracy.
If I am
where
correct,
such things like that would not happen.
if I am correct, it should help even the playing field quite substantially.
Yes.
Well, as long as you don't get yourselves killed, and more preferably get me killed, mess with the mask however you please.
There.
I'm going to see if there's more to this place than meets the eyes.
There. And now that I have a little bit better understanding of these languages, I will accompany you. Maybe while these two prepare.
Yeah. Norelor, you said that there was a blood offering that needed to be made?
Yeah, it seems that the altar is designed to take blood and channel it to various places. I imagine that if there's blood, once that's done, it activates something.
Okay, let's see if we can find out where the blood gets channeled first. And Valkin, you're with me as we do this.
At this time, also, Paarth approaches Vladimir, and he gestures at Vladimir, speaking in common. Empathy. And then he turns towards the mask, and as if using his snout to gesture with, I suspect within is tactician, logic, and charisma. The soul requires all. You are empathy. You must shine the brightest.
There was a time when I did not really even understand the meaning of that word, empathy. Now, things are different.
All right. And then, so at this point, just to make sure that everything in check, so Vladimir and Targ, you'll be doing your ritual to try and see if you can get in contact with the spirits in the mask. And while the rest of you, well, I don't know if Paarth, if you're just going to be kind of sitting there watching.
Paarth will be on guard on watching them both, yeah.
Okay. And then everyone...
We'll be pretty much doing the same. Being on guard in just in case something goes sideways.
Okay. And then, Valkin, are you going to be just accompanying Aknon with just figuring out where the blood channels?
There, and investigating the tablets there as well, because I'd like to cast Identify on those to see what sort of magics are going on with them as well.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and so first, Valkin, I'll just need you to give me an investigation check. And then I'll go ahead and start off with the others and get back to you on that. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Ritual time, baby. Okay. So
I'm sorry, but you just guys made me think of something hilarious, which is when you refer to them as blood channels. I'm like, you're watching the blood channel. Today, we have a Mark 7 III dais with a blood chamber and capture pod. I am the lockpick dais.
It's like it sounds like it's some like Discovery Channel stuff of just like this blood channel consists of billions upon billions of different red blood cells roaming around the body. They provide nourishment for the different areas and organs across the human body.
I was thinking of them finding like the equivalent of the lockpicking lawyer, but for daises.
Yeah. Then the majestic white blood cell provides protection for the rest of the cells in the body.
This is a Mark 753 dais. It can be opened with a Mark 753 dais.
Yes. Alright, since Aknon and I are both investigating there, does that do advantage or straight roll?
Sure, he'll give you advantage.
Alright.
Oh, much better.
Hey,
Nice.
19!
Cool. So we'll get to your result here in just a moment.
Sounds good.
As for the rest of you, Targ, how do you set this up?
Targ would basically try to see if he can like find as much of a smooth like a, what do you call it, like a floor tile, and kind of just draw like some symbols on the ground, like a ritual circle, basically, and he would tell Vladimir to place the mask on the center of it, and just got the ritual involves him just doing like some drum playing and some chanting, basically. And he would also instruct him to kind of center himself and concentrate, free his mind in a sense.
Mm-hmm. Sounds
What-
good then.
Upon receiving the instructions, Vladimir would just kind of look puzzled, going, I do not know how to play drums.
That's alright, it only requires him to actually be playing it.
Ah. So,
Yes.
after the circle's been drawn, Vladimir's gonna reach into his pack and pull out the mask, staring at it for a moment, and then carefully setting it in the center of the circle.
Right, just we both need to be kind of like in a sitting position or kneeled for this.
And at that point, Vladimir just kind of
he sits on the stone floor with the circle right in front of him.
Suddenly, Paarth and Norelor are both being a creature of Fae and an elf are both staring at this going, I feel like joining in the drum circle now.
It's very much a kind of a orcish themed, like a ritual chant and some like, music. It's basically
Both fairies and Elven also have cultures around forming drum circles.
I want to see if I can find a good music for that has drums.
I think there's some. I think I know some place on YouTube that has some very fitting ones.
Yeah, I like to use the ones in the game. Okay, it's all right. I've got some. I got this one right here. Okay, so as the chants of drums occur, you feel the room kind of between Targ and also Vladimir. You see that the room picks up in darkness as the floors start to disappear away, as what only is visible to you all is yourselves and the mask itself. As the drums continue to be played, and this part can be seen by everybody, you see the mask shake on the ground, slowly vibrating as it's clicking and clattering against the stone, the granite floors. And the eyes light up with a spiraling, kind of eldritch green, as the kind of mouth guard around it too also glows in that color. Seeing a sort of something flowing in there, kind of like fish in a pond. At this point, as it kind of shakes a little bit or so, kind of whispered sort of screams and yells, blood curdling to just overall agony, kind of shriek out at moments, as some of the green flickers into a red, like pulsating like a heart. You can tell right away that there is a pain that these spirits are dealing with, which it's unknown for its particular reason, but you can tell that it is volatile, as every red beat kind of rings a little bit against your chest, almost as if like you feel as if like a heart attack is coming. For you, Vladimir, it feels more intense and piercing, like nails, as a little bit of sweat starts to develop on your forehead. And with one kind of like broken and like rasped sort of voice of just, why do you do this to me? Which can be very a familiar voice of Vladimir's. How do you respond?
Vladimir just he takes a moment of just pure shock. And he takes a deep breath, closing his eyes. His ears kind of splayed back. Just a slight twitch back. And as he exhales, his ears come back forward. As he looks up,
The Dark is kind of there as well. He just like has his hand over Vladimir's shoulder, just nods into him.
Look, I understand that we are fragments of one, trying to survive. And I want all of us to come back into one, to become whole. We don't need to struggle.
We already do. As from both of your perspectives, you see the eyes of this mask cry of a like bubbling sort of pus and like ooze, as the kind of green also leaks out, glimmering within it, as you see a sort of like void-esque figure emerge as more of like a humanoid form for the spirits. And it is a ghastly sight to see, as it becomes a lot more like forming of like kind of in reverse of like from an ooze to something solid, like ripped and broken bones, to rotting flesh being like plastered onto the bones, as you see a homage of yourself, or is it like a sort of like a visual of yourself, as it looks just like you, but all of kind of the ripped and torn areas of the other Vlads that are that have been kind of taken away. So like part of the jaw is like broken and is kind of oozing. One of the eye sockets is like fully just like torn away and blown through, as if a bullet went through. And seeing like centipede like creatures like crawling around, as one rotted hand just points at you, as just like, you brought our rot. How do you wish to put us back together?
And this figure is standing, right?
May I say something?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I understand this is not what you wanted. But if you could help, at least guide us the right way to help us make this right again, it would be appreciated.
Stop the pain. As he kind of like his head like tilts to the side, you feel like you have a small headache, Vladimir, as he says that. It's like, every day is hell. Stop the pain.
This figure is standing, right?
Yes, like standing and pointing at you.
Yeah.
So, at this point, Vladimir slowly stands in his spot to be more eye level with him, with this figure. He lifts a paw to rub the point on his head where he starts to feel the headache. And he doesn't do it to soothe himself necessarily, but he does it as a point to show that he feels what they feel. And what, Breaker?
Quick question: is this able to see from anyone, or just those directly involved with the ritual?
So it's just these two. You see the actions and you hear the things that are being said, but to the rest of you, like Paarth and Valkin and Norelor, you don't see what they're talking to.
Okay, very good.
But you do notice that, like, as you're kind of seeing them do it, you do see the mask kind of shake more. And like flashing of like the green and red, like pulsating like a heart. That's all you see though. The visual is something you don't see at all.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, there. Thank you.
So, after Vladimir rubs the spot on his head, he lowers his paw back down. I feel what you feel. I know the pain. I know it's been hell. It's been hell for me too. There is way of bringing us whole. But it requires us to work together. Not struggle over my body. Not fight. We don't have to fight. We can work together on this. And this is in Sylvan.
Target, anything you want to say? Or just kind of...
Not in this instance, really. I just kind of try to stand there. I am supportively.
Okay. So as you make that remark, you see like the figure like holding a hand up or so, and you see like some of the flesh kind of bubble a little bit and kind of drip off of the elbow as you on the same arm feel your arm is wet. Your time is running out. Your fight is with him, not us. Put us back together.
Vladimir straightens up his back, and one word echoes in his mind in Paarth's voice. Empathy. 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 And at that point, Vladimir...
Yeah.
Whoops.
Sorry, got called in meat space.
You're fine.
Way
to break
yeah?
the
Empathy. Yeah.
Hey, yo, the pizza here. Oh.
Empathy sounds like Norelor.
Yeah, sorry for breaking the tension like that.
You're fine. You're fine.
Hey, it's good. It's good to have a little chuckle every now and again.
That's a clip for Twitch, so that's fine.
Yup. Oh shit. So, feeling that Vladimir's arm is also wet, the same side as the visage before him.
Mm-hmm.
He begins to ponder a bit more, and he looks back to Targ, and after that he kind of looks around. Does he still see Norelor and Paarth?
No. So
Okay.
the space for you is and for Targ is just a pitch black. And just it's really even like you can't even see the ground itself that you're standing on.
But it doesn't feel like he's floating. He's standing on solid ground, but it's gone from the darkness.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly like where. Like I guess like to put it in good perspective, like if you've ever seen Stranger Things, and 11 is just kind of like focusing in like scrying and kind of seeing like where things are at. It's like a blank empty space, but instead of like walking through water, it feels like solid ground.
Okay.
Yeah, basically a void.
Though Targ, you would immediately notice this, and Vlad, you would also notice this too. But to everyone else that is kind of watching everything go by, what is everyone else's passive perception?
Checking to see. I think mine is +4.
Yeah, my current passive is 17.
Yep, 17.
12 for me.
14.
Okay. So the only person that would notice this is actually Norelor, as it's kind of hard to see. But as you kind of for the three of you, so Vladimir, Targ, and also Norelor, as you check out your arm, Vlad, and just kind of like, confirm things, you notice that as you kind of like, you notice something very odd that is occurring between like some of your fur. And as you kind of part it away a little bit, you notice that like there's been some gray fur that's been kind of developing on your arm. And that you know for certain you never had. And as you kind of check around a little more, some more of that gray fur develops. To the rest of you on the you would notice that like whatever kind of contact has been happening and such, you can tell that there is like a slight change to his appearance, almost as if like a physical maturity has occurred. But this and as you kind of check it out or so and start to realize that, you Vladimir feel rotted flesh grab the arm that you were checking. It's already begun.
May I say something?
Sure.
You who have suffered, who still suffer greatly, we just wish you to know we wish only peace upon you on this journey.
We are one. You are one of us. Keeping us separate only delays the rotting. And he kind of like the mirage like looks towards you, Targ, and it's just like, help him put us together.
I will do what I can.
There's a kind of a bit of a nod and like a smile as you can kind of like hear like the shifting of like flesh and bone, kind of like a kind of gross audio that can be heard, and everyone hears this. 2 weeks before Targ and Vulcan, or not Vulcan, Vlad, you physically see that this mirage like goes back to being just like a liquid form.
Well,
and
there was one more thing.
yep, you have one chance to ask it like another thing before if you feel as if it's melting away.
Not necessarily ask, but a statement.
Mhm.
And a quick physical action.
Yeah, go for it.
I promise that I will do everything in my power to put us back together. We will be whole again. And at that point, he kind of loses his words. But as soon as he realizes he's lost his words, he's actually going to embrace this visage.
Mm-hmm. As you go into embrace it, things look a little different. For Targ and Vulcan, I keep saying Vulcan, Vladimir. So you go to embrace it, and it just feels like you're hugging away something that's rapidly deteriorating. So it's this vaguely disgusting feeling. Like it almost makes you want to throw up because of the texture. And to Targ, like you're kind of just like, yeah, I know it's dying, but like it's a little disgusting. But to the others, you notice that like an embracing action occurs. But as it kind of goes into that motion, you see the mask float upwards. And kind of like as Vladimir does this one like hugging embrace kind of action, it almost looks as if a face rests on your shoulder, as if it's kind of leaning against you, no longer shaking and the red no longer flashing, before it just kind of goes dark and everything kind of comes back to normal.
Island Lord, preserve us. See us through this time of madness.
So, so I will give you a moment to process that as we go on over to our investigation crew. So,
I was just going to
Yes.
simply put, as the room falls back into view again, there's a very concerned dragon snout about like half a foot from Vlad's face.
yeah. Actually, as you do kind of get away from it or so, Vladimir, you do see that you actually are standing in the same position where you embraced it, and the mask is on your shoulder, where the head of the sort of like mirage or so was like kind of, or of the spirits was just kind of resting his head against
Mhm.
you. The
Mhm.
mask kind of lays there.
I take it things went okay. Ish.
Vladimir is just stunned right now. He is just absolute silent.
Meanwhile, investigation team, we're so glad we're not paying attention to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll give you guys a moment to process that, and we'll see what the others found. So, is that cool?
Yeah.
Our remains steadfast.
Cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. So good old buddy Fulfen Dragon. So you kind of step away from the for you, Vulcan. You step away from kind of what's going on here with a really bit of worry. Like you feel like you feel as if like the fur on your spine is kind of sticking upwards of like I feel very uncomfortable, and like some flight or fight responses are kind of like flaring up, but you fight past it as you take a look around at all of the altar itself and the different sort of tablets that are kind of strung about on the walls. The descriptions of these are pretty much to the extent that I've already shared prior, but I'll repeat it for this moment. The 6 that are kind of strung across the walls, at least on the far left and the far right, show of different prayers etched into the tablets itself. Some asking for power, others asking for just blessings of protections, but overall it is very similar to the nature that what you would have seen in the courtyards and such, and of the like kind of ruined temple area itself. And the middle ones do show of the text, which was Target stated prior, them being sort of a demand of if you wish for power, blood is needed in that regard. The descriptions of like the blood channeling through the sort of funnel that is near like the front end of the altar, you do notice that. And with a little bit of help and just trying to like look through the cracks of the specific stone, you actually notice that there are like essentially like channels and like little small like rivers of dried up blood and ichor from 4 different specific areas. And they each actually do extend outward into the ends of the halls. To put it specifically, like there is one that goes straight down the middle and splits off into 2 different ones. So kind of here and here. And then you see there's one on the far end that kind of goes straight, and it mirrors on the other end. From your continued investigation, you do see that it actually channels through the stairs as well, and it actually lines up with having one of the having them kind of go like 2 right through here and continue onward until the end of the hall. You would of course be investigating with Akanon on this side as not to interrupt the ritual, but you can infer that the channel goes similar. And you actually notice that when you get to about this point here, which I'll go ahead and just move you guys on over here to symbolize that. You notice right away that as soon as you take a look at the pot for one of these, you actually notice that the interior channel stops while the external channel here continues to the end of this pot before it just stops in general. Since you have comprehend languages up at this point, there is actual text on these pots that was kind of hard to notice when looking at it just in a general sense, but when you actually focus and look through this kind of routing of blood and sacrifice, you actually do notice it near the base of these pots. And it says, though blood may be spilt in splendor nearest of glory, your blood must be tainted as well for truest power.
I share this with Aknon
Hmm.
and comment that this isn't. This does not look like mere cut one's hand and then it is done. This looks like complete sanguination to activate this ritual.
Potentially. He kind of like puts his hand on his head as he's kind of thinking for a moment. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Alright.
Based on that sort of observations to kind of see like what sort of connection is occurring there. Go ahead and give yourself advantage too, since Akanon will be working with it too.
Alright. And
So 18.
then... Oh, 18 it is.
Yeah. Yeah, 18 will do it. Like just beats it or so. So one thing that you do see is that that's a bit of a puzzle to you, is upon like a little bit of extra investigation, you do see that the pots themselves are lined interiorly with dried blood. The dried blood that matches up with the at least the same texture at the altar. But the one thing that you kind of thought about is like, wait, how come it becomes more gooey near the middle, but yet at both ends it's dried blood? You kind of think about the words and phrases and such, and so looking around, you may be thinking that extenuation might be a good kind of linear thinking towards it, but you at least know that it's just going to take more than just one.
Well, if perhaps it is more of a catalyzing effect. There, one person could potentially power this with a massive amount of bloodletting, or from multiple for a smaller amount. But what is it there? Is it is it strictly blood that powers it, or could it be some other liquid?
Well, according to the descriptions we've been seeing, blood is usually will be best or so for sacrifices, as usually a lot of the religious people that I've dealt with, cults specifically, the action of kind of draining blood away is almost as if equally of draining your life away for those to worship. But one thing that does kind of mess with me a bit is the statue.
There. It would or does the statue look very Char-like, or more of a kind of bastardization of a saloon statue?
So when you actually kind of look at it from a distance, it's usually any sort of depiction of Char would be more kind of, despite Char being a general sort of like, goddess of like mistress of the night and lady of loss and sorts and goddess of darkness and night, the counterpart of Saloon. it just feels weird to not have a statue of, a woman,
Hmm.
but rather a cloaked figure. And is it masculine?
It's definitely not that curvy.
If you want to put it like that, I suppose. But I think I have an idea.
Yes. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, despite, of course, our your unfortunate guard being dead for about an hour, we could put him on the altar. But I still think that there at least needs to be some additional resources used at these pots. I don't think that he'll have enough to supply that. So
Perhaps not.
might I
Well,
suggest,
yes.
before you finish your statement, might I suggest we get 2 others, and we do a little bit of bloodletting ourselves.
Well, we do have the second body. I might utilize it as well.
So with the second body, you guys did kill it with like fire. So it is pretty burnt to a crisp.
Also, didn't it get mangled massively by Vladimir's attacks? Like,
Yes.
One of them
It's-
was definitely turned into a fine paste.
Yeah, with the combination of char and also of like maceration and such. I don't know if maceration is like a way to put it. Just
it's more of a laceration or like disembowelment or.
Yeah.
Well, like, most of his blood is already spilled. Is that what you're getting at?
So, yeah, because I'm thinking maceration with a combination of lacerations. Because like a maceration wound is like a condition where like the skin becomes soft and fragile. So it's kind of like not only like a beating of the pulp of like essentially just kind of like a combination of like just ripping and tearing in sorts. There's not a lot that's going to be able to, if anything, really be able to be sourced from that body. So
Basically giblets now.
yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Charred bits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Alright.
yeah. It also would make sense, at least in regards of some of these sort of situations I've dealt with, where you want to make sure that if you're trying to, of course, show loyalty, I mean, why not take a cut when you could potentially be in the line of death or so for a god?
Perhaps. Though my own beliefs there are none that allow for such actions.
Trust me, I would not want to do this at all, but I have someone I need to rescue. Someone I truly care about. So, if you're not going to be the one that's doing it, I'm going to find someone else. Whether or not they're willing.
And there, I quietly walk forward to the guard whose body will be utilizing, and bend down over it there, and place a paw over his eyes and gently pushing them all the way closed.
Too bad I probably couldn't hear either of you in that conversation.
Wait, what? Oh, didn't hear us?
Yeah,
Um,
too bad. I couldn't probably hear. I mean, as
Oh,
Mark couldn't hear either of you in that
oh,
conversation.
I see,
yeah,
I see.
I would say at the moment that you would be walking to the corpse and doing this, Vulcan, that's kind of when like everything subsides for the ritual portion.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems
There.
relatively quick. So
Gotcha.
um,
All right. Whenever I bend down there to close his eyes, I also uh, mutter in Sylvan, Ithilia Kasiri, Nirnaikatefo. May the spirit and soul of this man pass into the afterlife unhindered.
as you do this, what's your passive history?
There. 14.
Okay, that's enough. So, because of the armor in this situation, and it's pretty kind of locked up tight a little bit. You do have to like fully remove the hood and also the helmet that resides there.
Mm.
And as you kind of like do your sort of like final resting moments, like personal ritual and such, you get a closer look and you actually get more detail out of the kind of corrupted looking vulpine that's there. Um, and you didn't really notice it at first because of the armor, but you actually recognize this person.
My apologies. I
Bless
couldn't
you.
mute in time.
No, you're good.
Mhm.
You recognize this person, and it kind of you feel like your chest is kind of like feel a lot of pressure in your chest
Mhm.
as a wave of like sadness hits you. Um, there were some people in the High Guard that you knew, primarily because not only did you have to do like additional training in sorts, but also like you would just kind of you had to be accompanied or so as you
Mhm.
walked the grounds. Um, and there was one in particular that was a special request to you. And the name of this person is Johannes Respin. Um,
No.
Johannes, as you recall, is the son, or rather, like more like a nephew, so around your age or so, of your grandfather.
No. No, no, no. Johannes, what did they do to you? You didn't even recognize me? No. No, you of all would never have said those things. What has happened?
Paarth lifts his head and starts looking in the direction of Valkin, puzzled why suddenly he's reacting to the slaughtered guard.
Mhm. Yeah, the rest of you notice this as you've taken your moments or so. Um, I doubt that you're trying to hide it.
No, no, I am not.
So even more of the camp of Paarth would have been right to have made you guys not do that.
Mhm.
And there. And after a moment, there you hear Vulcan let out a ear-splitting howl of anguish uh, over discovering who it was exactly, and the fact that not only was this Johannes, but the fact that he acted as if there was nothing no memory of me whatsoever, no personal attachments at all. As if it would effectively have been as if his mind was wiped.
I mean, like, that's what you like. Your character probably thinks it is in the regard.
Mm-hmm.
But Vladimir, as you actually do approach, you recognize Johannes as well. And for a little bit of recollection as this occurs, you know Johannes directly through a lot of your training regiments. Johannes is actually one of the leading trainers for some of the standardized guard and was specialized for you. And you would have known that Valkin has a special sort of like kind of friendship and relationship like that with Johannes. Not gay, but like really close. not like that, but like no, like, but it's kind of like that brotherly love, you know.
Yeah.
More than just like we like respecting about each other because we're blood, but it's more like we put in so much time and effort that like seeing this kind of happen is like gut wrenching.
No. Johannes.
Paarth is still looking confused back and forth between the two Volpine and the body that they ever so gleefully murdered about an hour ago.
There. Edit on that. Never. It was never gleeful. Just for the record, there, it was not a gleeful murder.
Yeah, it was funny. no, it was not encouraged whatsoever. At least for the most part, but yeah,
as much as Targ was like looking to end him, he never really took pleasure in it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But
yeah, so everyone who did was necessary, but not exactly happy about it. Am I understanding that right?
There, yes. When they were killed, there it was as a matter of, if I don't restrain you or kill you, you are going to do the same to me. There, because you will not stop. I would want you to stop, but you're not going to. Therefore,
exactly.
There was no pleasure in it. At least not for Valkin. And I suspect no one else here as well.
Paarth just sits there quietly, trying very hard to resist the urge to say anything about if you followed my wishes, you wouldn't be dead.
Resisting the urge to be like, I told you so.
Very much a. If Paarth had lips to bite, he would be biting them very hard right now, trying to avoid going the "I told you so."
I'm sorry, how clearly did you tell us so? I missed that completely.
It hasn't been announced just yet, but you can at least tell that through both the Volpines that now that there is like a recognizable face for the most part, which is very much a recognizable face because, you know, you
Is it
didn't
Squishy Snout?
yeah, for them recognizable part, you can see that this is someone that they might have known.
Those bastards.
I don't know what they did to him, but I will find out. No one is going to go through this again.
At least his suffering is now ended. He is in the halls of silence.
There. Never again.
Looking, I just noticed that Norelor put in a thing there.
Yeah, sorry.
Paarth puts 2 and 2 together, looking at the 2 Vulpine, and his snout goes real dark as you notice his large head slowly start to crane towards looking at the brutalized corpse and up on the higher floor.
I don't know, Norelor. There's... All I can say is that the bond that he and I shared, there is no amount of loyalty to the crown that would have caused him to behave the way that he did. Something happened to him. He was the epitome of the honor guard.
Well,
He would not have betrayed me as this.
Well,
He knew that such a document was created in the manner it was. He would have followed the ancient code.
I feel like we went into all of this very much blindly. Let us make sure from now on that something like this does not happen again. At least to our very best.
It will not happen again. I swear it.
From the back or so, as you see Akanon do kind of walk forward, he's just like, So, I don't mean to rain the parade of swords and such, but
Dark looks at him immediately.
we still need to find a way to proceed forward.
Yes.
Go ahead, Tark.
I just said, I agree.
By the way, on the upper steps, the 3 of us are now investigating the brutalized corpse to see if there's also somebody they recognize.
So from the brutalized corpse, unfortunately, there is just so much damage that has been dealt to the especially the face, with like ripping and claw marks or so from the machete, and just other damages. It's impossible to tell of anyone specific. The only thing you can tell is that it used to be alive and it used to be Vulpine.
A vague resemblance to the victims of, or demon victims of Doomslayer.
Paarth, disgusted, just moves away and sits down on the floor.
Yeah, it is not a good sight to see.
And knowing what must be done there, I once again call on the were half of myself and transform, garnering its strength.
All right, you do so.
There. and I go to pick up his body there and carry it to the altar.
All right.
And
Um,
my face is set as though made of stone when doing this.
I follow along.
mhm.
Art follows along.
So does Aknon will stand a little bit behind or so here, just kind of looking at a distance, keeping his like arms kind of crossed a little bit.
Mhm.
Vladimir, is there anything that you want to do, or are you just kind of staying there?
Vladimir's just basically gonna stay put. He tried to do a comforting motion of setting a paw on Valkin's shoulders,
Mhm.
but with the transformation and him moving, he just kind of misses his mark.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, he's just standing there, his body shaking slightly out of like sadness and anger.
Yeah.
Mhm.
At one moment, you do feel a hand like kind of like hit your right shoulder, as you
Mhm.
do like next to you, Vladimir. You see Aknon just kind of standing over you. I know this is tough, but only a little longer.
Mhm.
And yeah, how do you place the body at the altar,
There.
Vulcan?
I gently lay it down, and place the sword on his chest pommel and slightly below the chin, and the shield resting atop it there over his chest.
All right.
I will find out what they did to you. And it will not happen to any of your brothers. I will bring about the end of the corruption that saw you into this.
As you set the body on the altar respectfully and you back away for a moment, the room itself kind of alters and changes. The light blue flames that you had seen, they kind of muddle in mixture into a bright red, as so much of the cool kind of area seems to kind of glisten and glow, a bit more on the redder sides of things, as all the other colors seem to kind of fade a little bit, and one, you do kind of see like a sort of black pitch fog appear above the altar itself, almost as if it kind of like starts to cover the ceiling itself, like smoke, and a written message is kind of starts to appear within the clearings itself, as if like a red flame kind of kicks across it like ash. To those of you who actually it's in common, so everyone will be able to kind of see it. This flesh may suffice, but you must also contribute. As below you see the channels of which you discovered earlier glisten a sort of bloodstone red of light as it tracks towards the four kind of vats and pots in the back of the room.
Paarth is blood red in the new lighting.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does actually look more like that or so with the new lighting.
Well, so is Agnon and Valkin as well.
Yeah.
So, everybody heard that voice about the additional
It's
commitment?
text.
Oh, it's text.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in common, so everyone can read it.
Paarth would glance towards it and sneer.
There.
I was hoping to avoid that, but I don't exactly see another option.
Yes, I agree. Well, as to help progress forward, he like kind of like puts his hand up or so, and it's just like, I'll volunteer for one of them. You all decide the rest. As he makes his way on over to one of the vats.
Paarth looks at them and comments in common, "It is the blood that binds us."
Paarth just kind of briefly looks at Valkin, says, I am ready to do my part.
Very well.
All right. Who's going where?
Can I like see where the other contributing sites are?
Yeah. So if you want to go towards like the back of the room or so, there are 4 different pots, like sort of like chamber pots or so, one at each of these different
Not chamber pots, just large pots.
just large
Yes.
pots.
Yes.
I don't
Pots
know.
in a
I'm-
chamber.
I'm really
If you use them
tired.
as a chamber pot, though, that would definitely get that god mad.
Yeah, not chamber pots. Large Greek pots that were not for chamber pots at all. One right here, one right here, one right
I'm thinking of all four of us taking a shit. I'm thinking of all 4 of us taking a dump in there. You can just absolutely hear the goddess shriek.
Oh my god! If you literally did that, you just fucking explode. Like at that point. Here's your offering, you piece of shit. That'd be awful. You want blood? Here's a stool for you.
Yep. A bloody one.
Just make sure your character is lactose intolerant and eat some cheese beforehand.
I was about to say, you go to Taco Bell first.
Just make sure you don't have a lot of fiber throughout the day, and then that way it'll hurt a bit more. There you go.
There.
And that
But
is how we
anyway.
caused a goddess to destroy the world.
Anyway,
Trust me.
anyway.
Yeah. If those thoughts were voiced or anything there, Valkin in his current state would think that's not a bad idea. That's what this whole dark goddess deserves after making me put my friend up here.
And then as a DM to player, I would say, yeah, Professor Oak would say this is not the right time to do that.
This is not the right time or place.
Yeah, this is not the right time or place for a tool like that.
So, Paarth wouldn't want Norelor to go up, so it's up to the Volpines what they want to do there, because either they go or one of them goes and Paarth. The big thing is Paarth is uncomfortable about this because once you give the Fae your blood, you're Fae for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Vladimir is also very concerned and not contemplative, but conflictive
Mm-hmm.
of the whole
Conflicted.
scenario. Conflicted, yeah, of the whole scenario, because he just got done at least kind of coming to terms with his other parts, and now this is about to happen.
Now's another bombshell.
Mm-hmm. And there.
Well,
And
Target has his comma blade ready.
Mm-hmm.
1
And-
sec, checking my inventory.
The thing is that this sort of sacrifice there and everything, he's done this sort of thing once. Valkin basically swore he would never do this sort of thing again, so he cannot do this.
Everybody, no, you go. No, you go. No, you go.
There.
So,
I have
unfortunately,
1 sec. Paarth will look towards the other 3 that are still up there with him. Do any of you have a vial?
And there. Duh. I do. And there. And produce one of the old healing vials. And there, that was used up.
Paarth carefully looks at it, and then he casts Summon Fae. He will select the type of... Let's see here. I always forget the terms they use. Summon Fae, where are you?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you summon Faye.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out which type, because I have to select each time.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Mirthful.
get- Mirthful. Okay. Let me go
And,
ahead and.
I'm specifically going to try to call for one of the Fae that works under the Warden.
Under the warden.
I think that's the word you gave. No, the
Constable.
constable. Thank you.
Constable.
The constable.
Okay. Well, so you wouldn't be able to choose like that exact one or so, but
I
it
can't
would-
pick a specific Fae, but I can basically try to hark in a general direction.
Right.
Basically, somebody
So-
from within the court, which is, one of potentially thousands.
Right. So here, let me go ahead and send you I'll give you a dude here.
Dude.
A dude.
A dude.
He's tiny, but he's pretty cool.
Once the Fae appears, Paarth speaks in Sylvan since it's easier to say things.
Yep.
But Paarth will look to the Fae and glance at Valkin so that he understands what's going on.
He just summons you. He's like, "Hey, I'm a fucking sprite, baby. What you looking for,
Springs up.
Guardian?"
Anyway, Paarth looks to the summoned pixie and speaks in Sylvan. Listen carefully, for this may be crucial. I shall give you a part of myself. I want you to deliver it to the Great Constable and ensure that my loyalty stays with the Fae.
Whoa, back up a second, fella. Sorry. It's like you're telling me you can't just summon me and then say, "Hey, take my blood." Like, I'm gonna need some context here. And where are we at? This place looks creepy as could be.
The lair of a dark god that I do not trust.
But you want to give your blood to it?
It
Good
is the only
peop-
way for us to proceed. Does Norelor know Sylvan?
Sorry, I was about to say, but I realized she doesn't know Sylvan. So,
Hmm.
Well, you can at least work out from context. Vial, Paarth, talking to Faye, gesturing at Vial.
she goes, are you trying to ask him to take the vial to the constable or some other failure?
Paarth nods towards Norelor and switches to common. Give blood to constable. Ensure soul stays with them.
Right. Unfortunately, there's good people who's trapped inside, and there's no other way forward. She looks at Faye. You can get why he might want to try to take precautions.
What about the rest of y'all, though? AKA the Folfs. Y'all got a decision in your mind?
And
Well,
there.
In the moment, while you guys can discuss that out. Paarth will have the pixie take the vial, and along with the pixie, Paarth will make his way towards one of the things to make sure that he lets into the vial first.
Okay. Sounds good then. So,
Mm.
yeah. I can go ahead and move the...
I got both.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm.
There you go. So yeah, so you'll drain it into the vial that the pixie has, and the pixie will just pour it in. So yeah.
Here. Mhm.
No, the vial was supposed to be taken to the constable.
Yes, I'm gonna let into the vial first, and then the vial will be taken by the pixie, and then I let into the cauldron after.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, got it. Sounds good then.
The idea
So-
being is when the pixie returns home, they have Paarth's blood, and it's his first blessing or go.
Okay,
Mhm.
sounds good then.
It's his first submission.
Yep. So as you go ahead and work on that, as you start to fill the vial up and such, how about the rest of y'all? We need one more from what it looks like.
Said, as much as I'm so sure I'd be overjoyed to have the blood of a Selenite, I'm pretty sure that would be being bad news for us.
We could just hear two full-pine voices: rock, paper, scissors.
Mhm.
Or actually, I guess it would be Rochambeau. Rochambeau.
Yep.
There.
Stone's parchment sword.
No, we both go on Shambo. We don't go on go after Shambo.
Then it will either be that or the greatest prize that she has gained by having you by having a Selunite's blood in the cauldron.
Right, which is why I think it might be a bad idea, which would mean it would have to be one of you two that does it.
There.
He has a shard soul. I am nervous about what would happen.
As a shrouded soul, there, when you are made whole, it could potentially reset any sort of bindings, as you would not be truly the one who made sacrifice anymore.
Perhaps. But I just have very bad feeling about this.
And
But
I'm going to look again.
as Valkin did walk away, Vladimir did kind of follow him a little bit, keeping a little bit of distance. But he broaches up by... He starts by pulling a dagger out from under his cloak. And while holding the handle, he presses his clenched paw up to his chest.
Yeah.
With the blade, pointing down along his, body. And he goes, "But if you will it, I will do it. I just can't promise outcome."
Yeah. I stare hard into Vladimir's eyes.
And you can see, as you're staring, you can see the determination has been stoked. On top of that, Ace, did the slight aging effect linger? Is that still lingering?
Ace, you okay?
It's just like your comment of just like, I stare deep into your eyes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fucking
God,
killed me.
Anyway,
Okay.
Okay. Not the language I use, but yes.
as soon as Targ kind of sees and feels Vladimir gonna take the blade towards himself, he just leaves his previous position and just comes back over. That's not how you do it.
Okay. Let me answer some questions. Okay,
All
so
the blood from your hand.
I'm trying to give pointers on how to fucking sacrifice.
Well, he would be the local
Well,
resident
he's not.
expert.
He's not pressing the point to his chest. He's holding the blade flat against himself, almost like a salute.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just still find that funny.
Yeah, that's what I got.
No, he's. I thought I explained it clearly. Clearly, I didn't.
No, I got that.
So did I.
Meanwhile, the pixie's like, this knife doesn't cut scales very good.
Ting, 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 ting.
So, Target, you're trying to say something too. What was that?
All I really heard was knife to chest.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's very fake.
That would make sense.
I'm also just thinking of Targ just standing over the cauldron. He's like, come on. And he's holding his wrist over the cauldron, waiting. Finally, you hear a single thump of his heart. A little bit of blood drips out.
She's like, oh, a bunch of new people. No, it's to the hand, not the chest. It's like, I've never done it. I've never done it before. I'm sorry.
No, quite. Well, I mean, in that aspect, quite literally, Vladimir's never done this before, so that would be legit.
Yeah, I get what you mean though. That you were trying to do like the salute, where like if it was like a full sword or so, like a long sword or something like that, you would have it point downwards or so as like a little stance of respect. But for you, it's just kind of like a blade. But now it's just being mistaken. That's funny as hell.
Yeah, I understand it now, but
No, dude, that was funny as hell. That was awesome.
That was a funny little tidbit of, no, not like that, you dipshit!
Fucking like lazy town, just like, no, don't do that.
Stabbed in the heart, and you're away.
Too late.
Okay, let's recoup.
Yeah, let's recover a little bit. But the question I had is that aging effect still lingering?
Yeah, you see it as like a general thing. So it doesn't seem like it's stopped at this point, so it's still there.
So, Valkin, as you're looking over Vladimir, you can see that there is a bit more of aggressive aging has kicked in. Where there's a little more gray fur than what you saw last.
Well, so from the passive perception that I had earlier, go on. It's not something that would be like easy to analyze. So
okay,
yeah.
Then ixnay on that.
Yeah.
not super evident.
Mhm.
But you can tell that Vladimir's determination is there. He is willing to do what is asked of him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All I
oh
will
yeah.
say is, you all know the stakes in place here. I trust you to sort it accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of hear like Aknon from the back just being like, "I know that this is a tough time, but we should make a decision quickly."
Mm-hmm.
All I need is your word.
There.
Meanwhile, everybody else, I'm getting lightheaded.
There's too much blood being dripped away. Are we in the Feywilds? Because this looks pretty nice in here.
This is pretty loopy.
Ooh, give me some OJ. I'm running low.
I'm pretty
I'd
sure
imagine
that
you hadn't have it, sliced everything up the moment you got to the cauldrons.
just goes like a little, just like a couple cuts, and it's just like, I made it look cool.
I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
so-
that blood loss, lightheadedness from it doesn't result in like LSD type hallucinations.
No, it's just I know. I'm just being goofy. Okay, let's see. So Breaker, you sent me a message. Okay, so just to make sure, so you want to do a history check on what the tablets have said to try and find like a loophole?
Mm-hmm. And they're made so identify and figure out what the arcane mechanism is here, if possible, and to try and find a way to subvert the intent.
Okay. So if that is your intention, it's gonna be a little bit of a tough roll. But I will allow you to roll either Arcana or Religion or History, whatever your preference is.
All right. Let's go with history here.
Okay.
Here. And say to Norelor. I want to try something. I need to or actually I say to both Norelor and Vladimir and Targ.
I'm not
I
sure
need
I can help with that in much of a meaningful way.
I want to run some things by you as I read these tablets. There. I don't want to have this happen to any of us. I'm looking for any sort of loophole, anything that we can figure out to subvert the intent of this. Be that by taking it at its most literal or a figurative manner. We know these sorts of things happen all the time. So.
Well, I don't know if you see the same thing as I do, but to me it seems pretty cut and dry, unfortunately. Not sure how you would subvert the expectation here.
There. But I want to try. I will not have any of you sacrificing parts of your blood to this dark god without attempting.
Well, goddess.
Yes. Here. So. And also using the identify ritual there to see if there's anything else that could be uncovered about how it works. Here.
Okay. So let me see what identify does. Okay. So let's see. Choose one object that you must touch through casting the spell. Oh, wait a minute. So identify has a material component of a pearl worth at least 100 gold and an owl feather.
Mm-hmm.
Did you by chance get a pearl like that? Because since it specifies a gold value, you have to have it in your inventory.
And there, I believe that would have been something we've picked up along the way there. As a note, we haven't exactly been keeping track of those sorts of things.
Okay. I'll say you're able to cast it for this one. Okay, if it's a magical item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to and how many charges it has. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. The item was created by a spell, you learn which one. If you instead touch a creature through casting, you learn what spells, if any, currently are affecting it. Okay. So with this, you don't need to do the roll. As you take the next minute to kind of identify any sort of magical properties within the tablets themselves, you do feel a sort of like dark-ish energy that originates from these. Though it does come within the formation of a blessing in the regard. It's not like a specific sort of spell, but you can tell at least the strongest energy being within the two tablets or so, and the kind of next to the altar, aka the two middle ones.
Mm-hmm.
And you can definitely tell it is a set of instructions with their kind of, you can definitely feel there is a bit of like a channeling sort of energy that runs through the channels that you are seeing glowing. So there is like a sort of connection between a set of instruction that is pretty specific, and with everything that you've kind of learned and such, it's a pretty cut and dry situation.
Mm-hmm. There. And if I remember right, the way it was phrased that, and you have to add your blood to it there, seemed to kind of be on the last tablet.
Yeah, it just, like spill your blood for power is what it states as. But and with everything kind of showing up of like, oh, and especially with like the message or show that was showing with Jorn's body on the altar, it's pretty clear cut that there's not going to be much of a way to get a loophole around this, as someone else needs to spill blood.
There. Seeing the lines of connecting power there, I want to remove the third tablet that states that your blood has to be contributed.
You're gonna try and remove it in the wall?
Yep.
Well, are we gonna have to do a wisdom save again?
Desecrating a temple? Great idea.
Well,
If shit's gonna fly, we may need to call a bio break first.
well, is anyone gonna have any reaction to this, or because like, are you sure you want to do this? Like,
I said, things are likely to go sideways once you do that. May lose the way forward.
There. We may lose the...
We need to play a role along with the rules.
You see what happened?
I may not be one of religious type. I don't even understand what the hell we're doing here. But there is one thing I do understand, that when it comes to temples, you do not desecrate them for one's own benefit.
That's the thing. This temple was already desecrated for another's benefit. This would be returning it closer to its original intent.
I don't think you truly understand what you'd be doing.
There.
I said, you've already seen what happens when we anger Shar at the moment. I don't.
There. Yes.
Over an NPC line, you just hear sniggering. Chamber pots.
Yeah, chamber pots. Yeah, put the Mountain Dew in the chamber pot.
I will say this much. I will not stop you from doing what you feel must be done. But know this. You will likely sacrifice all our lives instead of some of our blood in doing so.
There. I would like to raze this place to the ground. And to be honest with you.
You cannot do so at this moment without also destroying us, likely. Is your pride really worth all the work that you've done so far?
This is nothing to do with pride. This is about protecting my friends.
Is this
Each
how
of
you
these-
want to do it?
Each of
Are
these
you sure?
tablets. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you certain this is the way you can do it?
There. Each of these tablets has a thread connecting it to the altar. And each of them imbues a rule upon it. If we so it is stand to reason if we remove one of the tablets there and break its connection, its rule no longer applies.
Or you could just render the device non-functional, but you have to run with that.
Yes, and what then? Even if you remove sever a connection, do you even know what that is going to do?
There.
Do you truly know with absolute certainty?
And there. The lines themselves are quite clear that this is how the magic is set up. Is there a possibility that it would negate everything there? Yes, there is. But here's the other thing. If we disrupt this connection, then it is clear that my uncle is beyond these walls. There, it would trap him here. And we would then have time enough to gather reinforcements and to come in properly secure this place.
Goes, remember, it's not your uncle who's in it, it's your father and Clovis.
There. Question for DM. There. Is my memory faulty in thinking that my father, Clovis, and my uncle are beyond here, or just Clovis and my father?
So, okay. So for general recap, within the prior locations that you were at where you spent the night, you were given information that a person with a similar description of Clovis and your father were reported being in this temple area. So nothing of like a particular sort of like elder one or so. It's more of an uncle, but like one that like at least matches the description of a older Vulpine, you know. So that matches like something that you would recall being your father. So
Okay. then why are these particular guards here? Because these type of guards would effectively only be around the king.
You don't know.
Mm.
That's kind of the big question that's revolving around this place.
Yeah, it's part of the mystery.
There.
Yeah.
All right. And let's see. And then back in here. All right. Oh. And but then it would disrupt it there, and either the magics that are allowed everyone to pass through would still work, and they would pass back through whatever door was opened, or to then give us time to, or we could simply post up watches here for their return, and since this place has been more or less abandoned by Shar's followers, followers of Saloon could come and reconsecrate this place.
So he says there's a statue. That's assuming this was a place to at the first, a stumble tour in the first place. It'd probably be best to ask the whoever was the original god, followers of the original god, to do that.
There. We'd have to ask who, what now?
No,
Sorry.
just clear that it's a man that's in the robes, right? Not a female.
So it's hard to tell. But Norelor, for your specialty, since you would at least have at least a small bit of information, you just know that you would think that there would be a sort of like a statue that resembles Char a bit more than just a hooded figure. So there's a little bit of awkwardness there of like, might this be like a true kind of thing going on, or is it more just kind of like we are like, this is one, it's very hard to tell if there's like a set of genuineness for that. That's kind of like the sentiment of like that's going on here. But as this discussion does kind of linger forward, you do see Akon just kind of approach closer with like
Right.
a little bit of frustration.
Wait, may I speak first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of make a closing statement of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I promised not to all of you, but to myself, that I would not try to directly stop you from doing what you felt you needed to do from now on. However, I will say this much. If what you intend to do causes this temple to collapse on top of us, then I can only try to save one of you. And in this case, he turns toward, or walks to Vladimir's side and kind of places his hand on top of his shoulder and just states, "I am choosing him over all of you. I'm sorry."
I would wish for him or Norelor, not for myself. If that were the case. And I would like to actually call a bio break here.
Yeah, of course.
There.
So, yeah, as this discussion lingers for a bit longer, we're gonna go ahead and go on a bathroom stretch break. So for anyone in chat, I will be putting on a little game known as Words on Stream, so you can guess words from letters.
Today's
And
session, the party freaks out about a tablet and tries to rules lawyer a temple.
first it was a pond, and now it's an altar.
Yep. All right.
Well, you see, when you go from pond to altar, you're pond-touring.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna
Oh.
be right back.
Okay. How long we gonna set this for?
I'm gonna need a little extra time because I'm getting a bit hungry, so I'm gonna grab a quick snack. So how about we give it like 10 to 12 minutes?
And there. All right. Then how about we'll be back at about 35 minutes past the hour.
Okay, sounds good then. So for those of you on Eastern Standard Time, it will be 4:35 that we will be right back. Like I said, I'll be having words on stream on my end, so if you want to join on in, you can just simply text it from on chat, and we will be right back to see what the truest decision lies for this. So
Yes.
I'll be right
Yes.
back. All right, and we are back. Welcome back to iCarly. But we had a little bit of a fun combo we had to take care of, guys. So we apologize for the delay on that, but we are back and and back to live. So with this, so those of you who are hopping on in and have not seen what's been going on, at this point, we have a potential blood offering that is occurring to see what happens and finds out. But there is a bit of a debacle because there are people that don't want to do it. Multiple people that don't want to do it. So we're gonna see how this happens. So now that everyone is kind of talking a little bit and trying to figure things out, may have a small continued discussion before I do need an answer of what you all are going to be doing.
There.
So I'll give it like a minute or two.
Yeah.
So
Paarth just came over to see what the hubbub's about.
yeah, Akinon also kind of see what's the delay on it. So
Vladimir. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like I've made my stance plenty clear.
Yep.
And Vladimir has already offered that as much as he doesn't want to do it, he will do it. All that has to be done is asked.
Look, I understand not wanting to do this. I completely do. But we don't know the situation until we don't know how the two we're here to rescue what you're safe yet. If this causes us have to delay by weeks, they may be dead. So I say we have to go the intended route.
Paarth sticks his head in and looks at the group. Might I remind what happened above ground in the temple?
She waits the ball. That too.
I need no reminder. I need no reminder.
But this would not be calling on Saloon to circumvent the magics here. It would be taking the magics constructed by mortal hands that did them perhaps carelessly against her. But it is clear that you believe that then this would not result in the fashion that I am proposing.
The gods watch their temples.
But then the mortals can screw it up.
You think they don't try to let the followers know when they've screwed it up?
Perhaps, though, gesturing up at the statue, I do believe that if they were paying close enough attention, they would have smacked them upside the head that this was the wrong statue for Shar.
I'm pleased why that is the case, but I'm gonna keep them to myself for now.
But I will test this idea later. So, other way, looking back at the tablets. What if it wasn't human? Blood that was required, or sentient blood that was required. Yeah. Do you think an animal might work?
Paarth inquires out of curiosity. How do you propose the others already entered? I see no animal carcass.
They probably sacrificed someone on the altar already. They did not care about whether it was sentient or not. That would be my guess.
So you suppose that people just brought down pigs and cows through a ladder and then brought them down here?
There, possible.
Akanon just kind of like puts like his both his hands like against his face.
Uh,
It's just like
goes,
it's like
"You
that
haven't
was sarcasm.
Goes,
You know.
How familiar are you with farm animals?
There. Well, look. Cows, no. Pigs, small ones, could fit through that hole there and be lured via a rope. But here's the thing. I don't believe that is the correct way in which these tablets are implying. I believe that there is a sentient sacrifice here. But then the question is it required to be sentient?
Paarth just kind of shifts uncomfortably and stares into nothing, basically. Just a wall.
Paarth is going to perform a perception check there, Ace. Paarth sticks
Alright,
a
what you
snout to each of the large pots and sniffs to try to see if he can identify the species of the smell of blood in there.
Okay, it might be a little difficult because it's dried blood that's within each of them. But yeah, I mean, if you want to try to identify it, go right ahead. And you have advantage, so because of your smell. I will say it's a difficult check, but you can still roll with advantage.
I
Nice.
don't think I need to roll twice.
You sure you don't want to roll twice? The net 20. Okay. So, even just like from going from pot to pot, trying to stick your head in, even like this is a pretty big opening and such, it like just fits about your head. You can kind of tell right away that there is like no sort of like mixture or muddle of like different types of like animal blood or so. You can pretty much tell it's like there's a mixture of some like different semi-familiar scents, but it's humanoid nonetheless. And that's consistent among each different pot.
Whoa.
Hmm.
I didn't know you could do that. My model can kick the dice around.
Or at least your dice.
Yeah.
In any case, Paarth walks back over and comments, I smelled the blood. It is all of the two-footer kind.
You hear Akanon just kind of like talk to you, Paarth, in Draconic, and it's just like, you mean like humanoid?
Paarth nods and answers in Draconic. It is of the blood of the human, elf, gnome, and similar.
Okay, so it is of humanoid aspects, but so yeah, don't smell any pigs in there. So
Right. I wasn't suggesting that anyone had done this before. I am suggesting what if that could still work. Would we want to try that?
Right, but where are we supposed to find a wild animal for enough, at the very least, in a time-restrained situation like this? Do you want your
Perhaps-
Do you want to find your father dead?
I would like to find my father without sacrificing my soul to a dark goddess.
You're not sacrificing your soul. It's just blood. You can get it back.
Need I remind you that I am at your disposal? And Vladimir, throughout this whole time, he's still standing at attention with that
Mhm.
salute still across
Yeah.
his chest.
Mm-hmm. Akhenon is going to chime in by taking a step forward and just being like, at this point, I've grown frustrated with this. Either he's taking his blood or you are. AKA, like, he's pointing towards Vladimir. Be like, I will command him to do this despite your relationship.
There.
Paarth starts to
Yeah.
just stomp his way over to the
Mhm.
pots himself.
Yeah.
Here, I take a hard glare at Akhenon. You would seriously I use that language. There. Vladimir is has only sworn his loyalty to me. And there, and I do not wish to command him to take this action. You would seriously try to do that?
Yes. And I've done a lot worse, considering my track record.
There. If I, without a doubt.
Look,
And
I understand you're trying to get the easy route on this and make it a happy ending story like a fairy tale. But this situation, it's already fucked as it is. You know?
yeah.
And I don't want to be in this situation as much as anybody else here. But I'm taking a hit for this. Paarth is taking a hit. Targ, hopefully, I don't know if you still are wanting to take a hit from this. But there are people that want to help your relative.
There. Yes. And for that I am grateful. There. I just wish that I could have found a way that they did not have to.
Well, unless you've got an idea that doesn't desecrate this place, make a decision fast. Because or else I'll start spilling my own blood and someone else's.
Art just taps Vladimir's arm. I believe
Oh,
you're
you
doing-
Wait, what did you say?
Taps,
said
not
tap.
stabs.
Taps.
Taps as in.
Oh, taps.
I had to
Oh,
I had to
What?
take a second on that because I could have sworn he just said taps.
Yeah, not tap like a tree, tap as in to get his attention.
okay. No, I thought it said stab. I was just like,
In your ears, Fen.
I know.
now.
I'm tired. I was driving for 2 hours straight, and then I got food. So
Anyway, can I speak now?
yeah, go
Yes.
for it. Go for it.
I believe your brother has made his stance clear. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
I look over at Akhenon. You said that the blood could be retrieved.
Yeah, that's kind of what your heart does.
There. Here I thought you were talking more in the literal sense than your heart, your marrow would replace the blood. There. Fine. But, Vladimir... do as... do as Paarth has done. There. I produce a vial. The dragon has decided that it would be better that his blood be sent to the Feywilds there beforehand. I know that you cannot do something similar, or you cannot do the same, but perhaps something similar will provide some protection. You have already sworn your word to my house. Would you be willing to do it in blood?
Vladimir just kind of stares for a moment, like, I don't think it quite works like that.
There.
If I could go home, I would do so immediately. No.
There. I am trying to find anything that would protect you. Do it myself, but I cannot.
At this point, Vladimir just kind of lowers the blade from his chest and he kind of looks around to everybody. And he walks over to Valkin and takes the vial and he goes, "If it is to ensure that no matter what happens from this point forward, this is proof, right here, that I would not turn against any one of you here, intentionally. This is my proof. I know that there are some things," as he tucks the blade away and uncorks the vial and just kind of throws the cork in a pocket so he doesn't lose it, pulls the dagger back out. "I know there are things that I have done in the past that not many people appreciated. But it wasn't for ill intent." Takes dagger, strikes it across the palm of his hand. Holds the vial in his other paw and then squeezes his cut hand to fill the vial. "But I hope this would prove well enough that my loyalties are not just to the Raspin house, but to everyone here that I stand by." Waits until the vial's filled, tucks dagger away, recorks it, and hands it back.
I take it, uncork the bottle and stow it there before also cutting my palm and letting the blood drain in there. And may this serve as a symbol that I will never abuse your oath and will always do my utmost to protect you as you protect my house and all those here. Before cutting off the flow and recorking the bottle. There. Whatever protection it may provide, it is provided. And I tuck it back away in my satchel. Thank you.
At that
Thank you
point,
for doing the thing that I cannot.
well, one of us has to fucking do it. At that point, he just looks at the gash in the palm of his paw and he goes, "Well, it's already opened. Fuck it. Let's get this over with."
I agree.
Paarth nods and nods to the pixie who gets out their little short sword that basically looks like somebody's steak knife, and Paarth holds his paw over the cauldron.
Yeah. And at this point or so too with you, Paarth, the pixie probably have already like done the additional thing of like going back and quickly being dismissed as the vial had been filled, and then, you know, making sure to check with the Feywilds and such.
Yeah, effectively the process is the vial's filled, it's corked, the pixie's dismissed, and then Paarth continues to bleed into the cauldron.
Yes. All right. So we've got one vial being filled. Akanon, all he does is he takes like a prick from his maul that he has, and he just kind of cuts down with one of the spikes and just bleeds into it. As those two become bled into, you see that a sort of line of the bright light connection actually starts to light up the stone beneath the two. As for the other two,
Well, Targ takes his comma and just, without a single bit of hesitation, just cuts his palm and lets his black Icarus blood just drip into the vessel. Just goes, yes, let's get this over with, indeed.
and your stone beneath you does glow the same red.
And before Vladimir brings his paw over the cauldron, he doesn't speak aloud, but he does think to himself, may the other fragments of me protect me from what's going forward from this point. And then he holds his gashed hand over the cauldron.
All right. As all four of your as all four of the pots start to be filled with some blood and stuff like that, it's more like dripping in sorts, but it still all lights up at the base and the stone that you stand beneath. You all feel a slight bit of a shake as the ground itself shakes a little bit. The attention is mainly caught at the altar itself, where you see that the kind of dark fog that was kind of raised above a little bit, it starts to produce essentially some smoke-like tendrils that that's kind of start to how do I put it? It starts to kind of fall onto the corpse of the guard itself, as you do see that it starts to lift it up a little bit in the air, almost as if it's kind of being carried by a palm. And for you, Norelor, you actually do see that the smoke does actually resemble a woman's hand, raising it up a little bit. Before in one moment you see that from the mouth and from other wounds and sorts of this corpse, that blood starts to pool out as it starts to kind of wrap around and rotate and kind of levitate within the air, almost as if it's kind of different rings of blood kind of rotating around this corpse. And it starts to kind of slowly waterfall at the different points, the three separate points or so, before it kind of trickles down the normal channel. Before you see that the body just kind of gets lifted up more by the smoke and completely engulfed into the fog above the ceiling. When that happens, not only does the light in the area change back to its prior state of a bit of more of a blue or so, which I'm trying to change right now for you guys. But also you feel a rumbling at the altar where it actually starts to push more towards the left side, actually more pushed forward for you all. So Breaker, if you want to go ahead and move your character like back or so, as actually the altar tries to like move towards you.
So you want to move your character south, Breaker?
Yeah,
There.
or at least towards like the side or so.
Yeah, at least out of the way of the moving altar.
Yeah.
So you do see it does move, and hopefully that updates it properly.
There you go.
There we
as
go.
you-
Okay.
As you notice that there is, to those of you who are at the altar, there is a bit of a little hatch that opens up.
I'm just thinking that we gave her a nice round breakfast. We gave her fairy dragon blood, man dragon blood, a fey fox blood, and demi-human blood.
And a dude.
Well, that was another fey fox, so 2 fey foxes. 2 fey
Yeah.
foxes.
That's
Deathless
true.
Oracle blood.
And yeah, now that's happened. What do you guys do?
It feels, she goes, it feels to have been successful. There's a way forward now. She
Ugh,
tries to shout to
yes.
the others.
Feels like I could have taken a sledgehammer to this thing and gotten the same result. Ugh.
Paarth licks his cut until it stops bleeding and then pads along.
Oh, hold on. Why did
You can also dismiss the pixie too.
Okay. Just in general, just end concentration. Or-
Yes, because I set them home with the vial.
Okay, sounds good. Finally, we can actually proceed forward. Let's make post haste.
There.
Paarth
Yes.
moves over to the hatch and looks at it uncomfortably.
He can't fit through that, right, Ace?
So you
Yeah.
can actually fit through it. I'm gonna basically, if you guys all proceed to go forward and such, there will be more to reveal beneath. So you'll have to give me a moment as I get you guys transitioned over to the second layer of the temple. So
I will go first.
yeah, I will need a marching order. So just let me know what your marching order is gonna be.
So, as soon as Vladimir rejoins the rest of the group, I think Aknon and Valkin can see this, but as he was approaching, Vladimir was wrapping his paw in, dressing the wound.
Like how
Yeah.
you just like dispensed your fucking character in there, dark.
I was very much like, did we hear a little sploosh at the bottom, like when you throw a coin in the well?
I mean, like it's the right thing to do. Like it is. It's just I just find that really funny. Like oh my god. Okay, so
Well,
I mean, yeah, I just thought, fuck it. But I'm
There
happy.
you go.
I'm free. But yeah, no, it's the right thing. I'm trying to find your fucking character now. Okay, what the fuck?
Parth looks at the hatch and looks a little uneasy and
Oh,
and
okay.
common
So- went right
says, "I neither like being underground or in tight spaces. This will not be comfortable."
So, yeah, I imagine not. But you need a hand getting through?
It seems to be that Parth is mostly trying to figure out if he wants to go head first or tail first.
Up your wings and
Yeah, he has his wings like folded tightly to his sides as he like is kind of doing that little thing like when you see a kid standing on the end of a diving board at a swimming pool, like inching forward, inches back, inches forward, inches back, tries turning around. Nope, not that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just moving everyone over. So give me one moment.
We'll say that Parth goes last, assuming that the party can actually get to the bottom of the ladder and say that they're clear of it, just in case a whole lot of dragon comes down on them.
Exactly.
Is the second part revealed yet, or?
I'm getting everyone moved over first, and then I'm going to reveal it. So
All right.
Yeah,
We
give me
will
this
also
one.
assume that the saddle was taken off of Paarth, at least temporarily, so he can get down there easier.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna toggle this,
Mhm.
and then. Okay, so that's as much as I'll reveal for the time being, and then I'm going to lower this so that way it doesn't show for this particular area, and then we'll move the darkness down.
Don't we have like a bag of holding to keep the saddle in or something?
We do, but
Ah,
literally it's just hand the saddle down, Paarth climbs down, put saddle back on Paarth.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not gonna reveal this part right here just yet, so it'll just be up to here. Which did not do it properly. So give me one moment. I need to move it around just a bit more.
Whatever's clever.
Uh, there we go. Okay, much better.
Okay,
Okay.
you've got everything revealed, or you want to be revealed?
Yes, I do. So,
Okay.
So pretty much, for this specific portion, which I'm trying to make sure that I can
Just
show
checking.
just now.
You haven't triggered scene change yet, right?
It's still the same map. So it's just there's just different things to like reveal and shit. So, but
Yeah.
you should see before you that there is. You should be
Oh.
near like a bottom segment or so.
I'm still
Oh,
looking
I
at the
see it.
hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can click
Yeah.
on your token or your icon there.
And
I am.
so
It
everyone.
just zooms around the statue.
So go to actually continue. Like, say if you're facing the statue there at the end of the main hall there, just move the camera forward and you'll see the other part.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just manually scroll forward. Got it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And once you get past the wall, look do 180, and you'll see the characters.
Yeah. Okay. I was expecting like a map change or something, which is what was confusing me. Got it.
Oh yeah,
No,
I was
it's-
expecting it too.
It's on the same map. I just this one has like an elevated portion for it. I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't being revealed beforehand.
The interesting part is
So-
I actually have the camera set to 0 feet, so this lower level is literally below the ground. Interesting.
Well, actually, so this is still at a higher. So that level area was actually at a higher position, and then someone built it like beneath it or so. So this is technically ground flooring for it.
When
proper
I like
3D
do
map.
the camera thingy, if I put the camera to 0 feet, I'm still way above the floor.
Interesting. That is really
You
weird.
need
Yeah.
to lock your the main camera, the green one.
Oh, you need to lock it. Yeah.
Otherwise, it'll just reset it back to the top.
Yeah.
There.
Not locked.
Maybe your scroll.
There's like a little lock symbol next to the little icon that you can move up and down.
Yeah, that's the cut in the box, which is a different thing. I'm talking about the big white circle that says the camera height, and I have the camera height set to 0 feet.
Mhm.
I
So
have a
it's a,
bird's eye
like-
view of the characters. I can see. It's just weird that that is as low as the camera can go.
Right. It is a little weird. Okay. Playing new music. Okay. So just double check. Everyone can see their characters and everything.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So before you, which you guys can go ahead and set yourself on whatever marching order you want and such. As I described
Give
the
me a
details.
second. Somebody just called me.
Oh,
Okay.
no worries. And we
And-
shall wait.
We'll say that Paarth has been resaddled again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi there, Kyrian. Welcome on in.
Yeah. Welcome on in.
Caught us in during just a very minor break with scene transition as Norelor is having to take a IRL phone call.
Well, it's fine. It's more like I'm gonna have to go help out somebody soon.
Ah, gotcha.
So it would be if I would have to take a break, it would be then, not now.
Okay.
All right.
So you're okay now, though, or you need to
Yeah,
just,
I'm
take a
now
call?
until they say, "Hey, I need you."
Ah,
real.
okay. Yeah, there. All
Sound
right.
good,
Well,
then.
hopefully they have some sort of warning for you. But
Mhm.
yes.
But okay. So everyone good then?
Yep,
Yeah.
just read the text too.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Quite so.
Okay, so as you make your descent, Paarth, yours is a bit of a tight squeeze, but luckily you were able to kind of make it in last. As you go down, essentially a small little compartment area that ends up with it being a spiral set of stairs. As you descend downwards, the kind of tensions that are rising within this area, they do kind of get you to kind of keep your breath more of cool and collected, like as if your body is forcibly trying to calm you down a little bit. Though you do notice that the further you descend down these stairs, the more you can see your breath as the temperature drops, being pretty cold and deprived of any warmth. As you make it down to the end of the stairs, you do know that there are rows of different similar blue torches within the room that you're in, along with similar text that is nearby. There is a bit of rumble near the end of the stairs, but it's not really much in the way of your particular efforts and such. You can easily just kind of walk around it. No big deal. But it does seem like that there is a lot more like crumbling and sort of like not much stability as you look around the walls and see that even then there are some breaks and tears and just overall like erosion that seems to have occurred within this area. So the question is, do you look a little bit into this small room, or do you peer through the archway that seems to be before you as well?
There's a small room in here before the archway?
So right now you're in the small room, and then at the end of the hall, at the end of the small little like room that you're in, yours is more kind of like a little hallway after a set of stairs.
Yeah, okay.
But then there is like a big archway that you can see with a statue near the end of it.
Got it, yeah. Alright.
So, I do see that, Norelor, you wanted to take a look through the archway. Was there anyone else that wanted to peer through?
There. After first investigating the room that I'm presently in, and there, I would be looking at what's going on outside.
Okay. Anything specific you want to investigate?
Let's see how we would get back up there, and anything that is just looking like general dangers in the room.
Yeah, I mean, there's a set of stairs that you just went through as well. So that would be your general thing. As for any particular dangers or so, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
All right. Investigation.
Also, just look at the immediate room.
Okay. Yeah, anyone that wants to. But
Sorry.
yeah. Go ahead.
Said Nola is just looking for potential dangers ourselves. Did I do an investigation myself?
Yeah, so anyone that wants to take a look in this room for any particular dangers and sorts, give me an investigation check.
Mhm.
Also, welcome on in, Respondent.
Hello, hello.
We in spooky area. Uh-oh.
Nope.
Yeah, these are not turning.
Okay. I hate it when it doesn't give me the option to just remove the die and I need to move it again.
Well,
What I've been doing is I right click on it and then a little X pops up.
Mm-hmm. I've had to
okay.
right click it twice.
Okay, my dice went into the void, so I can't clean it up.
I can mass clear it, so but also yeah, if you right click and then you can get rid of it. So the highest was a 12. So yeah, anyone that got a 10 or higher, so So for Larzong and Breaker, as you do your investigations, there doesn't seem to be anything dangerous. Just don't put your hand in the fires, I assume, with the torches, and it seems like you'll be okay. As for the Norelor and also Paarth, yeah, there's not really anything inherently dangerous about this place. You just really kind of see a lot of structural damages that may have occurred due to erosion. But other than that, yeah, I mean, you probably wouldn't want to stick your hand in the torch fire anyway, but I mean, that's a pretty given.
Well, torches are burning that weird purple or weird blue cold flame thing, isn't it?
Yes, that is a consistent thing from the prior room that you were in. But it's still probably wise not to put your hand in it.
Is it too late for me to roll an investigation, or?
Yeah, go for it.
Also, just because I don't perceive any danger doesn't mean I don't assume that there is not any.
How dare you decide to clip yourself into that ledge? I specifically angled the camera so you can roll entirely down the lane. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to roll my dice down the stairs.
But
I'll do that right now.
But Vladimir is currently mounted on Paarth, so wherever Paarth goes, Vlad's going to be there as well.
Yips.
Okay, sounds good. And also for you, Vlad, yeah, it just kind of looks like a little torn up room. Just don't put your hand in the fire. You'll be good.
Hate to see what that kind of fire will do to fur.
Yeah, it's fine. Just let me walk ahead and trigger all the traps.
Okay. So with that, do you guys are just gonna kind of walk forward and go out and go through the archway?
Yep. Paarth's kind of waiting just because he doesn't want to bowl everybody over, but once people are clear of the arch, like this initial archway, he'll come through too.
Okay. The moment that you guys do clear the arch, just gonna pause for a moment, because I have to have a description. So just, Akhenon will go through the arch as well. He'll go more like right here on the side a little bit, keeping towards the wall. But anyone else that is going through, I just want you guys, you can put yourself in any position, just don't go past like this area, okay?
Yep. Paarth's is ringing up the rear, so that would be where Paarth and Vlad would be.
Yeah. Also, this did not go through properly, so I gotta bring it down.
And I'm kind of preparing to like just vault down from the ledge.
I'm about to parkour down this bitch.
That's right. I'm not. I'm a monk for a reason.
That's a good point. Okay, and no one else is going through. Okay, cool. All right.
Yep.
So now that we got that established, I can give a detailed description of this room.
Yay!
Within this particular area, you notice and it can be very much identified that this is a olded and a bit more decrepit, seems like general worshiping room. It's much larger in scale than you could imagine. This could actually be seen as a lot more of a common ground or so for a lot more rituals that could occur. One obviously prominent thing is that there is a similar looking statue that is prevalent and looking above the particular area itself. Which is a very similar like hooded figure sort of one. A lot of the area itself also does have like some spiked rails that would occur from it, so making sure to just kind of fall straight through in a lot of areas. You do see that within the middle section is in fact a sort of pool of gathered water, though because of the lighting in this room, it's hard to tell if it's actually truly water or maybe a different substance. But it is surrounded by 4 odd-looking designed statues, or not statues, torches, made out of stone. They look more as if they're claws than like the tendril design that's there, so just keep that in mind. As these look like more like just piercing like claws. And immediately from what you can tell on the both left and right farther sections, you can tell that there are just straight up coffins that are muddled around this room. You can see some like clearly on this end right over here. You can also see it. Let me move around, just kind of. You can also see it on the far end right here.
I believe those torch things, aren't they called sconces?
Sconces? I believe so. That'd be the case. But yeah, you do see that there are lots and lots of different sorts of coffins, whether wooden or more intricate, that are surrounding the room. And at the very far end, you see that there is a statue of a what looks to be a more detailed person that seems to have a blue flame. In addition, in the main area, you can hear a bit of humming arise as there are surrounded hooded figures from around the pool itself. One is a more prominent woman that stands kind of like holding her arm out with a staff, seeming to have actually a bit of like lighter clothing on than the rest of everybody. But you can hear like there is chanting within the hooded figures itself, though it's a bit incoherent, so it's kind of difficult to tell without going any closer of what is actually, being said. In total, the hooded figures, there's about 8, and the one woman at the far end, nearby the more detailed female statue. They don't seem to notice you at this point.
Well, all I see is 4 hooded figures, but that's probably just due to restriction in sight.
Yeah, that might be the.
Yeah, it might be this characters can't see it.
Yeah,
I
probably
myself
not.
only see 4.
Yeah, I see 4 hooded figures plus the one kind of at the head.
There's
Big staff.
no one there.
Interesting.
We'll probably
May
see
need
it as
to-
soon as the angle of our characters can actually see him. Because I
Yeah.
noticed that Targ is standing on the left side, so the statue's obscuring his view, and nobody else is standing as far forward as him, so we just literally don't have line of sight yet.
Yeah, I think.
Eh,
Well,
Yeah, we just don't have line of
And
sight, guys.
1,
Don't
2,
panic.
3, and 4.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
I see them all.
Yeah, it's just a line of sight sort of thing. So, which is pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but yeah, they don't notice you just yet, as you are just kind of, at least to those that are more actually prominently outward. Targ, you would be probably the only person at this point who would actually be seeing all of the hooded figures. But yeah, the rest of everyone else, the description is pretty much the same. Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
And I'm probably the stealthiest anyway. I can probably get the closest.
Mm-hmm.
You will have to still roll your stealth check, though.
Yeah, I can do that.
So are you gonna sneak around a little bit and try and get a better advantage point, or?
Sure.
I'm gonna definitely have Paarth do that. Like
A4.
stealth check.
Nice stealth.
Okay.
And I believe Vlad can also roll with that to assist with Paarth as well.
Well, you both would have to make the check.
Yeah.
For mounting purposes, it'd be like you both have to stealth.
So 14 for Paarth. He has advantage, so he always rolls it twice.
Okay.
right. Seeing everyone else is starting to stealth, I will do so as well.
Yep. Anyone that wants to make a stealth check right now, feel free to do so.
So with advantage, that gives me 18.
Okay. Akon will also do a stealth check.
Hmm.
Um,
Seeing as how I stub my toe and bite back a yelp, I'm going to hold right here and wait to collect myself before trying again.
okay. So let me just go ahead and just set this real quickly. So I would say from the distance you're able to make, for everybody, I would say just don't go past the steps. Okay. And anyone that is trying to make that stealth check, Aknon got a pretty good result, so he'll be going like essentially like right here behind this pillar.
I will try to kind of circle around ahead.
Yeah, Targ, you are definitely able to do that. Let's see, Dav. Okay, yeah. So, Dav and Aeros, go ahead and set yourself where you want to be stealthing.
Are we still considered not in combat, or trigger initiative or anything?
You're not in combat just yet. You're just attempting to stealth to a position of your choice. Just don't go past the stairs. Because that'd be a distance of cover you can go for.
In that case, Paarth's gonna do something a bit interesting. Vladimir, you hear Paarth as softly as absolutely possible seem to sing something. You can't make it out because he's doing it so softly with his voice. But you look down as Paarth shimmers and disappears under you, and as Paarth vanishes, so do you. You stop seeing your own hand for a moment, and then you realize you both have gone invisible.
So you're casting invisibility?
Yep. Upcasted invisibility.
Nice.
There.
Okay.
You said on both Vladimir and I?
No, Paarth.
Paarth and Vlad.
Okay. Oh, okay, Paarth and Vlad. Okay.
So,
But at that point, too, unsure as to what's going on, though Vladimir does kind of lower his profile to the point where he could almost like wrap his arms gently around Paarth's neck to keep himself as a low profile.
So the farthest we can get is... It's unclear which of those two tiles, but roughly there.
So, just saying, like, just don't go past the stairs. Like, where Targ is at, like, that's the max you could go.
Oh, right. Okay,
And-
so since we're
and
not in
taking
Valkyrie, we can do that. Alright, then I'll just do
On
that.
either end, yeah.
And take into consideration that Targ is like literally a fucking orc ninja and can like move extremely quickly,
Yeah.
That you're going too far. You're going too far.
even
Oh,
when
I'm going too
silent.
far?
Yeah.
Right here?
So where Targ is at, that's the max distance you can go.
Then
So
I'll
like,
be right behind him then, because Paarth
Yeah,
and
so-
Vladimir are invisible at the moment.
I'm
yeah,
technically also slightly behind the pillar, but I'm standing here because I want to have the line of sight thing so I can see all the figures around the
Mhm.
pool.
Yep, that is totally fine. So, yep. So all of you go ahead and you set yourselves up in your positions. As you kind of make your way on over, one thing that does that can be heard is a kicking of a small pebble, which unfortunately Valkin, as you were trying to get behind the statue, you tripped a little bit and a little pebble kind of skitters a little bit. You can kind of hear the little prattling a little bit as you make your way behind the statue. The moments that everyone kind of like hits their position or so, and that happens, there is a absolute silence that hits.
And then
uh, you do as for those of you who are able to still kind of like see the people down there and such, you see that the woman's arm is lowered, and she like kind of looks around a little bit. But the hemming does stop the moment that sound can be heard.
Hmm.
We know you're there. You better reveal yourselves first, or the shadows will strike. The woman
Hey.
proclaims from her position.
I send a message there and to Aknon. Shall we just cast a fireball, one on each side of the pit here, or do you have another idea?
Well, there's no friendlies within the area, so fireball is usually a good option.
On 3?
Yeah. 1,
2?
go. And Aknon will cast a fireball.
Same.
And suddenly the refrigerator room is no longer a refrigerator room.
Yep.
So I believe it's a 20-foot radius.
There.
Let me
Let's
double check
see.
though. Okay, so
20 or 30?
Fireball.
Fireball, 20-foot radius.
Yep. So 20-foot radius. In the center of a point.
Mhm.
So Aknon is going to center his right here.
All right.
He's not going to try to hit the lady with the staff as well?
Or the other one.
He's just going for a certain group of people. So he didn't specify what area. He just threw a fireball.
Fuck it!
I figured he would have tried to incorporate as many people as possible. There.
Okay, if that's the case, then let's see here.
We
He
know
will-
Aknon. Aknon would try to hit as many people as he can.
That's a good
Mhm.
point. He would try to hit
Yeah.
as many people as possible. Let me adjust this so
This
that
is
way
the same
he'll-
half dragon that wanted to stomp a guy's head in, and then actually did in front of us.
Yes,
Yep.
that is true. So he will aim like this, so it's more centered. Well, it has to be on the specific tile, so we'll do like
Mhm.
this. So
I
he's
mean,
hitting this fourth person.
There you go.
As brash as he can be, he's still a smart guy.
That's true. So it'll be like right about here. So he's firing right here, so it's hitting 5 targets.
There you go.
Mr. Easy Bake.
Mhm.
And yeah. So, and then where that's your position then?
And there. Let me see here. Yep, because I definitely want to incorporate what's her face there.
No, we don't even have a
Lead
name
one.
yet.
Yep.
This is the anime character that does not give a shit about an intro.
Yep. There we go.
Yeah, I'll allow
Okay.
that. So, okay, so go ahead and use your spell slot.
So spell slot 1 and let's see here. So that is 8d6.
well, hold on one moment. So,
Yes, all of them have to do a dex save, don't they?
that is correct, but also there's something that happens before they do that. So,
They all
Aknon
jump
uses
into the water. Wait, that was a bad idea.
jump into the water, and then that way the fire doesn't hit them because it doesn't work like that unless it's oil. So okay, so cast a 3rd level. Okay, so all right, so
That's what we
as
call the
you
deep fryer.
so as you both go ahead and turn the corner quickly and shoot out this small flame for it to be combusted within the area, you see a moment where the woman quickly reaches back out at one end, and you see that like other hooded figures or so like reach their hand out too, and the flame instantly gets snuffed.
There.
So the fireballs have been countered. So
There.
Oh, both of them.
Man.
You think a measly parlor trick like that could stop us?
Well, one can always try. Hey.
It's like, so she will pretty much just kind of like chuckle a little bit. It's just like, huh, this is funny. I thought that for a more experienced adventurer, they would be able to actually have something of a smarter trick in play. And she's like, it's like,
It was just
well,
a warm welcome.
There. Yeah, little does she know that we're distracting for the other ones to line up shots to, headshot her.
yeah. Akanon will step out or so a little bit and just be like, well, sometimes desperate measures call for desperate calls, and this place could have a little bit more warmth to it. You don't even have a nice place for a bar.
Alright, what kind of establishment is this? There's no place to relax there, just some musty coffins.
While this is going on, can Paarth be creeping forward, or is initiative now in effect?
I mean, so I would say at this point, initiative is about to be set, but I will allow each other person one action before then, since Valkin and also Akanon have already acted. So,
Okay,
so if you want to do one extra stealthing thing and creeping forward, you're more than free to.
I should easily be able to do that. I will also measure just to make sure.
Yep.
Boonk.
That one I would say probably cover your distance a little bit to make sure
Yeah,
it's
I need
your
to take
your
2
feet.
steps back.
Cool.
Like so. That
Okay.
would be 30 feet.
And
And
then
Vladimir would
Vlad
just be
would
on
be-
top.
Yep.
do that right there.
And as Paarth is moving, Paarth can feel Vladimir shifting a little bit slowly as he reaches underneath his cloak and he pulls out one of the revolvers carefully, and then he just uses one arm to gently wrap around his neck again, keeping a low profile, and using the revolver to take aim at this one.
The woman.
Yep.
Okay.
Like, he's aiming. He's not about to fire, but he's getting ready.
Okay. Sounds good then. And then Norelor, you're just trying to peer around the corner, trying to get a bit more of an idea.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
You know what?
Uh,
If I was to keep one of these alive, I believe it'd probably be a good idea, but I don't know how the others react.
okay. Go ahead and check and see.
I mean, honestly, I can get right next to her. No problem.
Faster zombie.
Yes.
That's just your normal
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
walking speed or like dashing speed?
I mean, I can dash as a bonus action anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me go ahead and get some music set up, and then
While she's being all coy, you just hear of the zombie behind her.
what this one? Ah, here we go.
I like
Now we
this
get some
that-
good.
Also, that's the thing. I don't technically breathe.
No, the sound of you gnawing on them.
Nice.
You know the traditional zombie thing where they make that like. So
I'm not a traditional zombie, though.
I know, it's just the past zombie joke.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. So Valkin, Paarth, Norelor, and also Vlad are making they've already made their decisions. Targ, what did you want to do as a free thing before combat officially begins?
You can certainly do that,
Well-
rushing up to the person. That would certainly put them on their back heel.
I just kind of wonder if I see anything like outwardly volatile in the area that could be maybe used as a weapon.
Only thing I can really think of is those people look very, very shovable. We'll teach them how to swim the fast way.
Exactly.
Yeah, just fucking body check them right into the pool.
Also, my where is it? My base speed is 75 feet.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You can literally just stand
Ooh.
behind her and then on your first turn do a shove attempt to push her into the lake, like a little pond.
Right.
Just fucking Spartan kick her. Don't shove her, Spartan kick her.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, like the 300
Mhm.
move.
Yeah.
Can't cast spells while you're going glub glub glub.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sure.
And
I'll-
then, all right, and then Norelor, I'll get to your thing, and then we'll go ahead and officially start combat. So go ahead and give me a perception check, Norelor, if you're going to be like kind of assessing the room itself.
Uh-huh. All right. Yep.
Imagine being in her situation. Suddenly, there's just a zombie monk behind you, basically.
Well, that's I.
Yep.
Not
Okay.
that 20, but it's I.
Yeah. So as you kind of like peer around or so and seeing everything beginning a little bit, you do get a good look at the at some of the more like figured people or so. So you do see that, of course, like there are like the very much hooded figures that are around. Though one thing that you actually notice is that there seems to be just like, not only is there just like a little bit of like a fog-ish or so like near the bottom area that's more of like a black darkness kind of fog, which I'll go ahead and see if I can emphasize it a bit more. Not like that, definitely not like that.
I was going to say, so the water's completely black?
Yeah, you can tell that the water is definitely like more of a pitch black sort of thing, so it's really hard to tell besides some glints or so there. And you can tell actually that the woman that is kind of standing before you, aka where your monk pretty much just kind of ran up to easily, she looks elven at this point. But one thing that you actually are very easily able to see is that she has a sort of like signet like on her clothing and her and seems a bit of have a chainmail on her, so and it looks like it's a symbol of Saloon that's on her armor. As combat begins.
Oh.
He's going, okay, she definitely needs to be kept alive, because I've got questions.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and establish the turn order.
There.
No.
All right. Oh, looks like I'm up first here.
Well, it's not just yet. I have to add everyone else in. I just got that for the additional stuff. So.
Oh, the previous people.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just need to add everyone in. So, which I have to change her name. So I'm just gonna roll back and see. Okay, so it was 22 on. That was 22 on you, Valkin originally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And then 21 for Aknon, and then there was a tie between the 20s for Vladimir and Targ. Norelor had a 15, and then Paarth had like a.
I think it was like a 12.
A 12. Okay.
Something pretty low.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, give me 1 moment. I'm making a call.
Oop.
So, just a reminder, Aeros, you have 2 options, or 3 options, technically. You do your turn as normal, you do your turn and make call to actions of triggers for things to happen on Paarth's turn, or you can delay your turn to right before Paarth, and then we technically take our turns together.
Mm-hmm.
Since you have the home advantage at the moment, you may want to just take the opportunity, especially if you're just going to shoot somebody. If you have any remaining turns, what you may want to do is just make call to actions for what you will do under whatever circumstances happen when Paarth moves. I can tell you, you know this position from Paarth many times before when he was a pseudodragon. You know exactly what he's planning to do. He's going to make these guys learn how to swim.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Back in this is the same thing back in Vandalin when Paarth was kicking all the people off the rooftops.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, Targ just kind of dashes forward, and all you see really is just a blur moving.
It's like DBZ transmission, followed quickly by Omaiwamo no Shinderu.
Yeah.
Well, it's more like he just looks at the symbol of Seluna and goes like, curious. It seems you are of consequence. They are not, however.
Targ is frankly terrifying. A roped figure moving like greased lightning, and all you just see is this dark roped figure just like immediately at your backside. Like you blink and he's now behind you. Because like we're talking about what did you say it was? 45 feet?
75.
75 feet.
75. Holy man. 75 feet per 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he can scale someone if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm. He already had like 45 feet movement speed just from being a monk, and then extra 30 from the Fae gift.
I think he would easily terrify Olympic runners.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Olympic level sprinters ain't got nothing on this orc.
Meanwhile, I won't say but one of the biggest threats in the room is fucking invisible.
Yes.
We have swift death and hidden death. That would also be pretty terrifying. Is you're standing around getting ready for a fight, and then you find a flippin' dragon with a gunslinger on it, mounted on it, just appear out of nowhere behind you.
We've got a Drake Warden here.
All right, I am back. I'm so sorry about that.
Hey, no, you're good.
We were making comments about how terrifying it must be for these people, where you just have this black robed figure just in the course of 3 seconds go from in the distance that you're seeing them, and then just suddenly they're freaking behind you.
Right.
I don't know about you, but I'd be shitting bricks.
Yeah, I'm be fucking terrified of that, honestly.
And on top of that, we've got like the makeshift Drake Warden with his mount that's completely invisible to everybody right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they'll only be announced by the sound of a gunshot.
Okay. So
Oh,
turn
I just realized
order.
something even worse. When Vlad opens fire, his invisibility cancels, but Paarth doesn't yet, so all you can tell is Vlad is just hovering in the air, sitting on something that's moving.
Yeah.
So, let's do this. Can it be named that? I guess it can't. Damn. No worries. So,
I mean, Usain Bolt is basically the same height. A little bit lighter than Targ, but still.
right. Let me re-click that. One moment. Sorry, I had to fix something quickly. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I had to refix it and like reassign it. So, okay. There we go. So, starting off with combat itself, there actually was a much higher initiative rolled for some enemies. So, Targ, from your end, you are able to successfully rush up against the against like this like elven cleric or so before she like kind of notices you a little bit. But you do hear a sort of like kind of like, I wouldn't say it's wheezing per so much, but kind of like a disgruntled breathing as the moment you take a look to your side, you notice that there is a shadowy hue of what seems to be something humanoid, but mainly something void-like. As it looks at you with like hintish, like purplish eyes, and something attempts to like strike at you. So what is your AC?
19.
19. Okay. And then just for y'all at home, I am rolling this off the table because it makes it more exciting. But I am honest and fair about my rolls, so. Okay. This is 19, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The result that I got was a 23. It's a hit.
Well, that'll hit, I guess.
Okay.
It wasn't a critical though, eh?
No critical.
Okay.
It was, yeah, no critical at all. Just a normal damage. I'm just trying to get the damage rolled up for it. Because I thought I had the thing up, and I guess I didn't. So, oops. Give me one moment to grab the damage stuff. Ah, there we go. Okay. So, as you like turn to see this sort of figure, a purplish glow of looks to be sort of more of an undead creature, presenting sort of ghoul-like features or so, glowing with the purple. You see a hand go to reach out to you, not initially touch you, but then a quick, like, sort of claw motion strikes at you as it is a corrupting touch. So it deals 3d6 plus some additional damage at you. So
Wouldn't there be some wouldn't there be some kind of resistance if Targ himself is already kind of undead? Or am I misinterpreting something?
So, this is the mistake that I made on the prior session, which, 100% my fault. So part of his thing is that he's a hollow one. So it's not technically undead.
Ah,
Yeah, the term we
okay.
used was deathless.
Yeah, deathless is kind of like the term used for it, but the actual like D&D thing is the hollow one from the Explorer's Guide to Wildmount.
Yeah, it's basically just the, what do you call it, the base template for it.
Yeah. Let me just go ahead. I'm actually going to double check this just to make sure, because I do have the book with me. Give me one moment. If it would just let me look for it. Thank you. Okay. Hollow one. Make a death saving throw of roll 16 or higher, regain 1 life. Yeah, so you retain your creature type, yet you register as undead to spells and other effects that detect the presence of the undead creature type. So you don't have any resistances towards necrotic or anything like that, unless like other abilities would allow you to do so. So I think you're just taking the full damage, which would be
Technically, yes.
yeah, so 18 necrotic damage.
Well, yes, but also here's the thing. I can still use my deflect attacks against it.
That is true. It is a melee attack. So, yeah, go ahead and so you use your reaction only if it fully deflects and you want to send it back. So,
Yeah.
so go ahead and see how much you can reduce that.
I forget. 6 plus. What was it again?
It was like your dex and proficiency, I think it was.
Let me pull up the document.
I got it.
Oh, we got it there.
1d10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your monk level.
Oh, monk level.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And your monk level is 7, right? So that's exact.
Yeah. No, it's probably
6.
level 6.
Oh, level 6, my bad. You guys want to be level 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the 6 plus your 5, so that's 11 plus your other 6. So you would
17.
only take 1 necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. And then it is going to attempt to do that again.
Okay.
That is 19 on the dot. So
No,
Oh.
just barely hits.
yeah. And that is 12 necrotic damage.
Okay. That melts away all my temp HP.
Mhm.
And 4 extra, so I still have 54.
Nice.
I thought I felt something elusive. I see you now.
We will pull you back to the darkness. As Valkin, it is your move.
All right. So I'm going to launch. Let's see, some Eldritch Blasts here, splitting them one to this one, and the other one to this one here. And both of them are going to have pushing to try and shove them into the drink here.
Okay. I will say you'll have to get out of your cover for a quick moment to actually like get it because of the angle you're at. But if
Yep.
you're like right at the edge or so, then you should be able to do that.
There you go.
And
All right. So that would be our, let's see, 1d20, d20 plus 10 because of the staff, and so 16 on the first.
Okay, that will hit. Go ahead and roll for your separate
And-
target.
Critical on the second.
Nat 20!
Oh my god.
Nice.
Noise.
Hope you don't kill them in one shot.
So yep, there's that. Okay, so damage wise,
Yeah, go ahead and go for that critical one first, and then roll the normal damage.
And there. All right. Let's see here.
And then
I also have a response
And-
to the wraith.
Oh, yeah,
So-
go ahead.
Hang on. There, let me fix that. So I need to do explanation R1. Let's see,
You only
R. So
allowed
it's a.
yourself-
Sorry.
You only allowed yourself to be pulled into the darkness. I was born in it, and I embraced the light.
All right.
Nice.
So here's the crit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ones. Oh,
Minimal.
Boo.
Critical hit, minimum damage.
Wow. That.
That was awful.
Absolutely awful.
Talk about
All
a
right.
skill issue.
How dark.
Yep. And here's the single damage for 13.
Okay, so... Okay,
Maximum for the normal, minimum for the critical. Love it. Gotta love it.
gotta love...
But, yeah, almost maximum. Almost. I was two
No,
off
that
from
it-
that.
Oh, that's
shit,
a
yeah, it's
D10?
different
Okay.
total.
Yep. hmm
Okay. So, okay, I forgot to actually... I don't know why, but it didn't save their health total for these ones for some reason. So,
Hmm.
I gotta set them up a little bit. And then the... Okay, so those ones are set properly. I don't know why they were not, but it was literally the other two. So, okay.
Mm.
So 13 on this dude, and you're pushing them 10 feet into the pool?
Yep.
Okay. And this one only had 7 on your crit. So, yep, they you shoot them, and you feel like you've got a pretty good shot against both of them as they
Yes,
descend
swoosh,
into the
swoosh.
depths.
Mhm. And then, let's see. Could I use the telekinetic shove to try and yank this guy here on the corner into the drink?
Go ahead. Yeah. It's a grapple check, right? To shove.
Right. They're in a DC of 17.
Okay, it has to be the strength on the dude.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see.
I love how Valkin and Paarth have the exact same idea.
Okay, so isn't yeah, so that one fails. That one had only like a 17. Oh no,
In there.
no, 17 hits, right?
17 there, that is meets it.
Okay, so it doesn't get shoved then.
Ah, dang.
Meets it, beats it.
hmm
I thought
And
I was
there-
like, wait, man, 17 didn't make it, and it's like,
So-
oh, never mind.
The two that fell in, was it accompanied with the usual expected splash sound or something else?
You actually don't hear anything as they fall in.
Does the screaming
Hmm.
continue to seem to go more and more distant, or is it just a sudden stop and they seem to still be angrily yelling at us?
It's more just like, "Boof," and it's like, ah,
Oh, so it's literally just "Ah," and then it seems
Yep.
to stop?
hmm
Oh dear.
Hoo!
whoop. But yeah, that's so that was your action, bonus action. Anything else you want to do?
Tuck back behind the full cover of the pillar here.
Good move.
Sounds good to me. Next up is the elf cleric lady. She's like, she's going to turn around. She'll just be like, "Vile creature, don't worry, I'll cleanse you of your sin." She's gonna do something pretty goofy, silly, wacky. Ha 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 ha.
hmm
And I had it pulled up here because I'm so professional.
Actually, I'll let her do her thing first before I respond.
Sure.
I worry as the very careful observer of what people say of. I hope that we're not getting rid of a whole bunch of Saloon practicers that are actually trying to help, like, stop the evil in here.
What?
That would be.
Just kill
Just
off
like-
a bunch of Saloon followers.
Shoot
Yeah.
to kill! Shoot to kill!
Yeah, Salute. Nola isn't particularly interested in killing them, but she does want to win the battle.
Mm-hmm.
Get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I will
it's
try to
just-
spare.
If we find out that they're on our side and we're fighting them, though.
I will try to at least spare this one. I will. I
Well,
will not
alright.
guarantee the safety
we have
of
no
the rest.
idea. Like, don't forget, we're pitching these cultists, quote unquote, into the pit as well. They could be Saloon followers as well, trying to remove the curse. We have no freaking clue.
Yeah, and then so one thing that is going to happen is you shall see that the this female elf right before you, she extends her hand out, and she's just gonna be like, and she's going to attempt to cast Hold Person on you. She's a humanoid you can see within range. The target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for 1 minute, which at the end of its turns can make another Wisdom saving throw to break concentration. So go ahead and give me a Wisdom saving throw.
Mm.
So either he has to beat the Wisdom saving throw, or we need to break her concentration.
If he can't resist it, right off.
Oh, that's a bad roll.
Oof.
All right. So unfortunately, Targ, you feel the immediately like your body is no longer yours, as you are just frozen in place. As you have the paralyzed condition, which I will have for this yellow.
It looks green under the light.
Well,
And then, as a bonus action, she will kind of have like her quarterstaff or so ready and pointed, right behind you. As she will also cast a spiritual weapon, to go right behind you and start bonking at you.
Oh no.
Which
Are-
is a upcast.
I almost wonder if we're dealing with a spitting image of Norelor.
Well, I'm kind of wondering that too, which is why I'm going. Wait, I hope we are the good guys.
It's just, yeah, you guys are just like, oh shit, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, so I need to find a weapon model for a spiritual weapon.
We gave you one. There is a
Yes.
floating sword model in the custom models.
Yeah, here you go. It'll be like right here.
That the one.
That the one, and it gonna boop you. But paralyzed. So let me look at the paralyzed condition.
this is why I fucking hate clerics at low levels.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't
So-
help you until the turn after my upcoming turn, because I need to get rid of these cultists so that they're just not factors in the fight.
Yeah. Okay. So with this being the case, so a paralyzed creature is incapacitated and cannot move or speak. They automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Any attack roll against the creature has advantage, and if it hits, it's considered an automatic critical hit, so long as the attack is within 5 feet of the creature.
There's literally fucking nothing I can do against that.
Yeah, unfortunately. And also because of spiritual weapon, being upcasted to a 3rd level slot. Let's see, what is her attack roll? It would be +7 to hits with advantage. Okay, so that is a 23 to hit, which in that case it's considered a critical hit. So let's see here. What is her bonus? So +4. Okay. So exclamation mark 2d8, I believe. Yes. Wait. Yep, 2d8 plus 4. And this is all force damage. So 15 force damage.
Delightful.
Which that will be the end of her turn. Next up, it is this dude right here. Okay. And he is going to see that, hey, there's people up there. That is not good. So he is okay, what was the thing he was gonna do? Okay. So you see that from the cloak, this cultist pulls out, or at least it looks like a cultist because red robes and everything, definitely cultist. Pulls out a short sword and immediately does some like fucking anime shit right now, like I swear to Christ, it looks cool as fuck. So 5, 10, 15, 20, and then this is like what, like 5, 10, 15. Immediately you see him run up the wall and kind of get right behind, or more or less to the side of Akanon, and attempt to strike at him with a short sword.
Hey, I wanted to teach that guy how to swim.
Which, since Akanon did not prep his one thing prior, this will hit. Dealing 11 damage to him. Oh no, wait, 13 damage to him. So and yeah, Valkin, you see that immediately of just like, essentially this dude runs up the wall, vaults to the side of him, and just goes straight for a stab in Akanon's side. He's like, oh shit, that's it, you're finished. And he immediately turns his attention towards the dude that stabbed him. And with no hesitation,
Swing bada bada with a flail?
actually, before he does, he is going to get he's going to activate his blade song. So you'll see that the colored tattoos that he uses activates. So now his AC is up more and he can do other stuff. And then he's going to swing bada bada maul or flail as he attempts to strike the this hooded figure. Definitely not a cultist. And that was a critical hit.
Oh shit.
Okay, so because this is a special weapon, it is it's usually 2d8 fire damage plus 2d8 cold damage plus his intelligence, which is capped out. I'm gonna be rolling some dice.
Yeah.
So that is 16 d8 because it's 8 plus 8. Yeah, so 16 d8 plus 5. And yeah, let's let's see if he dies.
One of those guys went to the void.
Well, if he ain't dead, he's badly hurt.
Yeah. So Vulcan,
Yes.
from the instant that this dude goes to stab Aknon in the side and he pulls his blade out, immediately Aknon's tattoos light up, and with a literal swing upright, you see this body like go from just being full and there to just being torn in ashes, pretty much, as the moment that he swings upright, kind of like how like when Thor takes down that one rock monster and like swings his hammer and it bashes upwards or so, he does that, but it's immediately an explosion of frost and flames, and it just nothing, no ashes or anything. So he's just gone. And he literally just calls out to the others, just being like, "Don't mess with me," as he also will turn his attention towards the others, and within one fell jump lands right here as he attempts to strike down another dude.
Attack, move, attack.
I wanted to push those guys.
There's still a third guy you can try to push if Ryan Ackner doesn't get to him.
That one will hit.
I was gonna do 2 pushies.
Oh yeah, I just realized I rolled way too many fucking dice. It would have killed him anyway. It would have killed him.
I thought that was a very large number of die right there.
I'm sitting here like, wow, that's quite a bit there, bud.
Yeah, but even with half that damage, that was just his maximum. So it would have just killed him one hit anyway. So it's actually supposed to be 4d8, and it would have been 8d8 on the crit. So you know what though? I mean, you get a free enemy. So it would have been a free enemy anyway, but you get a free enemy. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, so from there you see that from Vladimir and Dav, after literally just obliterating this one person and just basically just making them from being existing to not existing anymore, you see that he jumps, Aknon jumps straight off and just cleaves this flail straight into this other hooded figure right before you. And upon hit, as usual, you see a burst of flame and frost hit against this guy as Aknon prepares himself again for a hit. That dude is trembling. Like he does not. This dude right here, you don't look too good. Which leaves it to Vladimir's turn.
So there is something I would like to do. Because of the special circumstance that Vlad and Paarth are in, I would like to do a call of action to where when it gets to Paarth's turn, and he does the pushy push, Vladimir is going to open fire to do a disarm. Motherfucker, work with me here. To do a disarming attack on the cleric here. To knock out her like quarterstaff or whatever.
Yeah, go right ahead for the and you get advantage because you haven't been discovered. Though it will knock away your invisibility.
Yeah, but this is why I was saying I'd like to wait until Paarth does the action of doing the pushy push, and then he goes for that attack. It's gonna be one attack. I get that.
But you're holding it though.
Yes.
Got it. I understand now. Yep, you are
Oh.
more than free to hold your action like that.
So, Akhenon here just scared the crap out of this guy, but didn't kill him.
It looks like he's pretty close to killing him. But he didn't kill him.
Oh yeah, it looks like he did quite a lot of damage to the guy.
Can you see their totals or? Oh,
I
there's
can
the
see
rolls.
what you rolled.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
just,
yeah.
just the rolls.
Considering that he turned one guy into goo, doing 74 damage, and he's done just shy of 30 damage to this dude, I can hazard a guess that the dude is more than halfway dead.
Yeah, something like that. But all right, you're gonna hold and no bonus actions or anything like that.
The only thing that he will do is he will keep focus on the cleric with his revolver pointed at her, like keeping aim.
Okay. Sounds good then. So with that, that will be your turn.
Yep.
Now it's Targ's turn. Unfortunately, it does get skipped due to your paralysis. But at the
all
end
I
of your
can do
turn,
is wisdom saving throw. I know.
that is correct.
Man, that is not enough.
Oh, was Targ's previous turn before combat started? Or...
So so what happened was that I gave you guys an opportunity to have one round to do stuff, and he
Yeah,
got
okay.
there.
I was just a little confused. I was like, huh. Oh, right, alright.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
since
he's
it was
paralyzed.
the cleric's turn first before Targ, that happened. And unfortunately, that 12 is not going to break the paralysis. So
Yeah, I figured. Well, it was never enough when dealing with fucking clerics.
yeah, unfortunately. But with that, it is going to be this dude's turn. And within a moment's notice, you see that he will pull out a particular looking short blade, which seems to be like kind of an ebony black sort of figure to it. And from, I think it's from everyone can see this besides Valkin, but you see that as he pulls out the blade, he actually goes to attempt to strike in his position, but before it actually tries to hit anything, he disappears in a cloud of black smoke and appears right behind Akhenon.
Ooh.
Before he attempts to strike with a flank.
Nothing personal, kid.
Keep an eye on that cultist.
Oh, he crit!
Oh no!
The cultist critting.
The cultist critted.
Oh god, this is awful. He has
Well-
fucking crazy damage too.
It's not happening anyway. Paarth has been waiting for a crit to happen.
Oh.
So, you know what's going to happen. From the invisible dragon, the cultist will hear at the very moment he goes to strike, a growl come out of nowhere, distracting him at the very last moment as he's about to plunge his dagger in, and re-roll.
Okay. So since you did cast a spell, unfortunately your invisibility does go disappear.
Yep.
But
So,
at least
Vlad is still invisible, so there's just now a dragon there.
Cool. And then he re-rolls, and then who do you give advantage to?
I'm gonna give advantage to myself so that I can make sure I push these guys when it gets to my turn.
Cool. Okay, so with that, he re-rolls, and damn, holy shit, that was crazy. He's still got an 18 for that, so it does actually meet and beat Akhenon's AC, but it's not a crit. Though it is still a scary attack. As even with your little surprise and your little like your little yelp and stuff like that, he is going to deal.
All I can say is that is one hell of a fucking entrance to the battle. It's just a growl followed by the invisibility field around Paarth just slowly parting and dissipating.
Right.
Yes.
What a fucking entrance you guys are doing. You may be a villain, but you're not a super villain. It's all about presentation.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Akanon does need to make a Constitution saving throw upon this strike. As the tip of the blade does go into his back, and it does seem to cause some sort of crackling effect or so upon the contact of skin. Which he failed.
Well, hope you can make my corpse presentable at least when it's completely dead.
Right.
Hoping to
Oh,
get you before then.
Oh, I forgot that was the ability. Yeah, so here's the fun thing. So since he failed, he really fucking failed. So he gets the worst effect out of this. So as the blade strikes into him, and pulls out, you, at least Paarth and Vlad, you would see this like in a better viewpoint. You see that there is a crackling sort of like marks that appear, almost as if like part of the of Akanon's body is like kind of being drained of any sort of life as his skin becomes more like kind of more grayish in that area. And you can kind of see like he gets like he was able to kind of like hold himself pretty well, and then the moment he got hit by the blade, he's starting to kind of lose some energy pretty quickly, as he gains a level of exhaustion.
Ooh.
Oh.
And so he has disadvantage on ability checks until he takes a long rest. And that is that dude's turn. Next dude right here. This dude will also pull out a short sword, and he will step forward and blink. And seeing that there is a large beast and creature, Paarth, right before you, you will see that this hooded figure appears right before you before attempting to strike.
Just out of nowhere?
Yes. So
That's my
he was right here.
And
then
I just
he pulled out a
Oh,
blade.
way over there. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, could I activate my held action at this point?
To attempt to shoot her?
No, at this point, he's probably gonna have to change targets. Or is that gonna be too much of, or is that not gonna work?
So
I thought you were meant to like, what do you call it? I thought called actions were like just you get one that you like dedicate to basically.
Unless Ace says otherwise, that's why I mentioned those three options earlier, Aeros. Is you either go with called action, you delay your turn, or you just do your turn completely separate. So since you chose to do called action, your action is locked now that you called it.
Yeah, it would probably be locked in. Okay.
yeah, well, so for more specifics, the delayed action stuff is a Pathfinder thing. It's not like a 5th edition thing, which I think is really weird. But which I'll probably implement in the next like D&D thing or so I do. But the held action is something that is specific to be called. So for this, I would say, you more than likely wouldn't be able to swap that but you can still, keep it until Paarth's turn or so,
Okay.
But this hooded figure does attempt to strike at you or so with a similar looking blade. And what is your AC, Paarth?
Double checking. 16.
15 misses.
Yay.
Nice.
So it does attempt to strike forward or so, but you're kind of ready for it. You're just kind of able to dodge it a little bit before it becomes a huge issue. Next up, it is this hooded figure's turn. And it's gonna do it again. He's gonna go ahead and he's gonna try and move forward a little bit. This time, actually, this dude doesn't seem like he pulls out a short sword. He pulls out 2 daggers. And he kind of does a little bit of a shadow sort of teleport a little bit, like how it's been kind of going. And he will move right to here. Before he turns and attempts to stab Aknon with 2 daggers. So this one does not get an advantage because of the no flanking, but we'll try for next time. Oh shit, I almost fucking dropped that. Okay, so that one is a 20, so that one will hit. And so 1d4 plus 4. And unfortunately, this will... Okay, so that was max damage. Ow. And for this one, unfortunately, Aknon does need to make a Constitution saving throw for the ability, but he has disadvantage. Wow, holy shit, Aknon is fucking cursed. That was a nat 1.
Oh no.
Yeah, so he gains a level of exhaustion. So his speed is now halved. And for anyone that doesn't know, if you get 6 levels of exhaustion, you just die. Yeah, the next one is going to be really scary for you guys because they'll have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. So they'll have disadvantage on all D20 tests. Then his hit point maximum will be halved, and then his speed will be reduced to 0, and then death.
Need to get him some coffee.
Yes. Get some coffee, Locke. Next up is this dude's turn. Right here. Little hop boy. And going in the little fun position, you'll see him puff out a smoke or so before he will reappear behind Paarth and attempt to strike with 2 daggers.
Right now is literally just me in the morning. Paralyzed.
Okay, so that is a 19 to hit, Paarth. So, go ahead and take a D4 plus 4. So 1d4 plus 4, and I do need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Con save, okay.
Yes. Wow! Holy fuck. Okay.
Jesus.
That is
I know
8
these
crack damage.
I know these are digital dice, but they feel weighted.
Dude, yeah, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was so fucking close. You do succeed. You do succeed there, Paarth.
But
You do take
damage.
You take 8 necrotic damage.
Yay. Is that for the same dude right in front of me?
No, it's the dude behind you.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
another
I couldn't
one
even
right
see
behind
him.
us.
He was right behind the player list.
Yeah, he teleported behind you.
Hmm.
But then he does have an offhand attack with his second dagger, so which will also be an advantage. 19 on the dice. So yeah, he hits. But you only take a D4 of damage.
Huh?
Oh, so what, it's a regular dagger?
Yeah. Well, so he's doing an offhand attack, but it was 19 plus his 4, so like 23 to hit. But because it's an offhand attack, he doesn't add the damage to this other one.
Who
But
hitting
you still
what?
hitting you.
Oh, the guy that behind me again?
Yes, he has an offhand dagger.
Oh, so he does 2 more damage to me?
Yes. It is necrotic, which means you have to do another con save.
Mm.
Who was it? Yeah.
You're good. Yeah.
Paarth don't like
So.
you being flanked.
Yeah, that no good. Next is Norelor. You see all of these different dudes are just disappearing into shadow and attacking your allies.
Yeesh.
What you got?
This, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Haven't hurt. I'm in a bad situation. What the ranges of my various spells? I'll look at that real quick.
Yeah. Let me go. I'll bust out a ruler just to let you know what your distance is too. So.
The same
so
number of dudes that we saw before are here. We haven't seen any of the guys that got pitched into the pond seem to come back, right?
You don't see them for the time being, no.
Okay. Paarth is going to actively be trying to keep count of these dudes.
Yes. Okay. So if you are trying to attack the lady, she's within 70 feet. The shadow, 75. And then these dudes, 75, 75, 80, 85, 90, like 95 or so.
So I would like to check something, Nenewza.
Yeah?
I sent you a DM.
Oh,
Discord.
you did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just would like you to acknowledge that.
Okay. Alright. Very well.
Thank you.
Because any of these guys can seem to blink out and blink around the quietly, like she still wants to try to remain relatively hidden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is very prevalent that they seem to be able to just kind of get to where they need to be quickly, and they are very agile in that regard.
Okay, so try to stealthily go down the stairs and get
Okay.
and like hide in the dark mist below. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So you have 5 more feet left.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, it's not. What would being crouched count as?
So you would just be like, you could be in like a crouch position, but you would just be still like hiding and such. It doesn't seem like anyone's noticed you, so you're still technically hidden.
Yeah, but you said there's dark fog all around the floor, right?
Yes. If you're trying to get yourself prone, you already would have like used half. No, to prone yourself, you can just kind of drop to the floor for a free
Yeah.
action.
Mhm.
And you would be more concealed in the darkness, though it would be more difficult to make attacks. So, which let me see. Yeah, so if you're prone, you have disadvantage on attack rolls.
Mhm. Okay. Yep. Oh, again. I've got the range of that thing. Crap. Right. Oh, check the spell I want to hear. Alright. How loud does the verbal component have to be? Can it be a whisper?
It could be a whisper. What sort of spell are you trying to cast?
Mass Healing Word.
Oh.
Hmm.
Third level evocation allows the caster to hit up to 6 targets, then a D4 plus 3. I mean, yeah, you could definitely do that. I would say though, because in general, casting a spell would reveal yourself a little bit. Because if it's mass healing word, you gotta make sure that people hear you. At that point, I would also, since it's only a D4 plus your wisdom for healing. I don't know how effective it would be at this point to use that.
Yeah, they all taking pretty solid hits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also just kind of like, usually it's just better as a pickup option. So if you have a different option that maybe helps in a more offensive state, like breaking concentration, or like being able to break up a little bit of crowds and such,
Because
might not be a bad idea.
yeah, if you can poke the head cultist here, that might drop her concentration on Larzong, and he can actually move next turn.
Yeah, that would be great.
You have a crossbow, right?
I do. Definitely, that's also going to reveal her position.
But with advantage.
Okay, yeah, so try to crossbow attack the cultist, just to try to break her concentration on the spell, so Paarth can do something.
Okay. Oh, so you don't have a guiding bolt or anything like that, or?
I could use a guiding bolt. But...
I might be better to do guiding bolt, get some damage in. But your call. If you want to use a crossbow, then you can go ahead and shoot for a crossbow.
Whichever one.
Yeah, your call.
Alright. Screw it, it is a guiding bolt on her.
Yeah.
All
There
right.
you go. Sorry, I love guiding bolt. Okay, are you just doing first level or?
Yeah, this is the basic first level. She's only really looking to break the concentration of her with with an injury.
Okay, go ahead and roll with advantage then, because you were hidden. So.
Okay, so it's what? Just a regular spell attack I'm doing?
Yes, but you roll with advantage.
Okay, so I'll just roll the dice twice.
Yep.
Acknowledged.
Hey, nat 20, let's go!
Well, that definitely hits.
All right. And wow, and on that crit there, thank you, Onyx, for those subs.
Okay. Wait. I did that right. Correct?
There.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
don't
so it's gonna be 86.
Yep. Hopefully you roll high, because at this point, that concentration might get fucking broken.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Fuck her up, Norelor. Fuck her up.
Let's see what the results are.
Oh, I see a 6. Oh,
shit!
I think that she's going to lose concentration.
I think so too.
Oh,
Night.
okay, that's gonna be a little more than she intends.
Okay, hold on, wait. So, 5e breaking concentration. I just want to double check. We lost the player by casting another concentration spell. Take damage, cast. Okay. Okay, so I know it has to be a Constitution saving throw. I just have to recall when you take damage while you're concentrating on a spell, DC equals 10 or half the damage you take, whatever is higher.
Which would be like what, 15?
Yeah.
Yeah,
15.
so it's 15. So she needs to roll a Constitution of 15 or higher to break the spell. So, still, that was a fucking crazy hit, though.
Nope.
Nope, she fails. So
Ooh.
concentration has been broken. So Targ, you are no longer paralyzed.
Alright.
And then
How's-
she'll just probably drop to the shadows and try to hide herself.
Yeah, 31. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and attempt for stealth. I'll allow it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god, that was fucking crazy.
Still isn't great. He still doesn't show us a particularly great place to help our allies. Would like to be there before it happens.
Oh shit.
Well, I think she's is able to somewhat hide now.
Hmm.
You saw that, Ace?
Sorry, I have a friend that was messaging me, so... Oh, yeah, you think you're in stealth, you're good.
Mhm.
And I assume you're just gonna, like... Are you gonna, like, prone yourself by doing that or so? By just being in the shadows, or...
Yeah, I'll just be proning myself. How do I
Okay.
do that?
Yeah, yep, there you go.
That counts.
Ow!
Yeah.
My toe! Which actually is not a bad strategy by doing that, because, ranged attacks have disadvantage against...
Not to mention, I'm hard to see thanks to the smoke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I have to like switch my schedule up around for stuff. I have so much that I'm doing each week. Which includes streaming, which I love. I'm just so busy. Okay. So you hit her. Next attack that goes against her has advantage, which is nice. Holy crap, that was awesome. And yeah, that is the end of your turn because that is literally everything you can do. Next up is this dude right here who got hit and was like, ow, that really hurt. He's going to attempt to stab the dude that stabbed him earlier, aka beat him with a big fucking weapon. Which he has advantage on, so. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I think Acheron might fucking die.
Oh.
That was another crit with a short sword.
Yikes.
Yeah, so that one is this damage plus is 4. We'll take that. That's 7. And then Acheron needs to make a dexterity saving throw. Or not dexterity,
no.
not dexterity, constitution.
Come on.
Oh, I just realized something. So even though that he would have failed the check on the last one, he didn't have disadvantage because he hasn't gone to level 3 yet. He still would have failed, nonetheless. He still would have failed. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, let's see. Let's see what he gets. Hey, he succeeds.
All right.
Let's
Yes.
go. Yeah, he's not going to be exhausted anymore. All right. Oh, man. All right, Paarth, you are up.
Okay. Although
What
it's
you
time to
got?
drop a hunger of Hadar, unfortunately, our friend's in the way.
Yeah, it's not like spiritual weapon where you can make it so it doesn't affect your friends.
Yep.
All right, sounds.
Okay.
1 second,
Now-
just check something.
Do I-
You still have your thing in response as soon as I do my attack.
Yeah.
So 1 sec, I just testing a thing.
By the way,
How do I make one of these dang bubbles stay so I can move it around?
You should be able just to like enter or click or something like that, and then just and then it'll just kind of stay.
Anyways,
right, only the GM can do that, which I find really dumb.
Mhm.
you see,
Okay, let me set it to where you have it
No,
at. So.
I was just trying to make a 20-foot bubble and test different spots. But problem is that
Okay.
do this game where it's like up, down, up, down. Okay.
Yeah.
I will save that for later then. So Paarth is going to target this dude and this dude with an Eldritch Blast with pushing effect. He's going to use the advantaged shot on this guy.
Cool. Okay. So one shot against this dude, or just both shots?
One shot to
Or-
this dude with advantage. One shot to this dude because it's my Eldritch Blast splits in two.
Perfect. Go ahead and go for the advantage one first.
Okay, just double checking my notes.
I have a question
Yeah,
Yep.
what's up?
regarding exhaustion. Since level 4 exhaustion halves your hit point maximum, if you've already taken more than half of your maximum hit points in damage, does that mean you go down?
So it just means that you would so any amount that exceeds that, you would lose it. Oh, what a crit. Holy fuck.
All right,
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll the
Nice.
other guy while I have this die out.
Yeah, go for it. But
13 to hit the other dude, probably not.
13 does hit.
Okay,
Ooh.
well, they both get pitched into the darkness, but on their way down, the first dude. Let me just double
Yeah,
check.
roll
my
that
Eldritch
double
Blast.
damage. 2d10.
Just verifying, because I think I have the agonizing effect, or not agonizing, but
The pushing.
not the pushing,
Add plus to your charisma.
Yeah, I think I add my charisma to my attacks now. I'm
Mhm.
looking for my quirks. Resistance.
Yeah.
I thought I had that already.
While he's looking there, DM for your arrows.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Mouse, stop it.
Is it not until my next level? 1 sec, I just gotta check this real quick. I know exactly what material to look inside of. Could have sworn I had this now.
Responded.
Yeah,
Copy.
starting at 6th level. We are level 6, aren't we?
Yes.
Mhm.
yes.
Add a spellcasting modifier to the damage. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so you do have agonizing blast. Nice.
It's effectively like agonizing blast, except it's all my cantrips.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the spell improvement.
Yeah, spell potency. So
Yeah.
1 sec. So that would be. Oh, literally is right above. Do that, make it a little easier to see it next time. So 1d10 for each of these guys plus my charisma, which is plus 7. Okay,
Plus
so the
7
first dude,
with damage?
Oh, sorry, that's my saving throw. It's +4. Ignore
Okay.
this dice, then I have to let go of it to delete it.
That's fine.
1d10 plus 4. I was looking at my saving throw. Even 4 is still good. So let's see. First guy's damage is. Aw, boo. So
Bah.
so that would make it 10 damage. And for the second dude, yeah, of course he gets the maximum damage. Somehow he gets hurt for more.
Yep, you gotta
Right.
love crits. So
And
this
they
dude
both
takes
also get-
12.
First dude gets 10, when the one you just clicked on, and this guy is the one that takes the 12. The already
Okay.
hurt guy. And they also both get pushed into the pit.
Okay, so this dude right here, as you go ahead and shoot him, he actually doesn't even need to fall in the pit, because the moment you shoot him and he goes flying on in, it actually blows a hole straight through the chest, and he just puffs and disintegrates. So the dude's dead.
Fun.
And then this dude, you shoot him, and he's like, ah, boink, ah.
Oh!
The Wilhelm scream. Ah!
That gets immediately cut.
And with that happening, go ahead and do your reaction there, Aeros.
Okay, so am I permitted only one shot, or am I permitted 2 shots?
Whatever
It
you
is
called your-
unfortunately.
Oh,
one
is it?
shot.
It's only
Is it
one
just
action?
one?
Yeah. So the
Okay.
thing is that whenever it's multi-attack specifically says when on your turn you take the attack action. Since you're taking the hold action, it's only one shot.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So
No worries.
I still have my own advantage because I'm still stealth.
Yep.
But there's already advantage placed on the chick that was my original target, so one of those advantages is going to be wasted, which is my invisibility.
Mhm.
Because my biggest thing was I kind of want to get rid of one of these two.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
But I wanted to toss the 2 in the pit to at least eliminate them from running us.
So
Ace,
Uh,
that was
everything
weird.
okay? Or did we lose
yeah,
Ace?
we're no longer in Tron mode, by the way.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
Oh,
yeah, I
yeah,
lost
yeah,
connection
you need
for
to-
a split second. Let's
Yeah,
try
you
that.
kicked us out of initiative mode.
there you go.
Yeah. For some reason, I lost connection for a moment. I was like, that's weird.
Weird.
Anyway.
Is everyone in the
Okay.
right order?
Looks like it. We're still in the same
Yeah,
spot.
it looks like it.
Yeah. Now we're good.
Okay, so then because of the called action, I'm only allowed to hit this one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You can only do
Well-
that in any free action, i.e. talking.
Okay, well, then at that point, Vladimir is going to open fire on her
Mm-hmm.
with advantage. It's gonna
And-
pull sharpshooter feat and call out maneuvering attack.
Oh yeah, sound good. Also, just because we're getting close to the time of where Aeros and Breaker so have their D&D session, let's just go ahead and take some. Let's see if we can take some faster turns.
Okay, so we have 16 for that
Mhm.
advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
Does
16 to
that
hit.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it will not hit.
Ooh.
As you
16.
Yeah. As you do attempt to take your shot and everything like that, and it does it gets close, but it shoots kind of in between you all. That's
Yeah.
there. And your invisibility is broken.
Yep. And that's all I get to do. No free action, right?
I mean, if you can call out and stuff or so, but that's pretty much it.
Because the maneuvering attack ain't going to work from this point.
Yeah.
The only other thing that he would have wanted to try and do is pull his, since he's only got one revolver in his paw, he could draw a blade and get ready in case if anybody comes in to attack him.
Yeah, I'll allow that. I'll say that like you would have been prepared in advance to be like, as you do that, then you swap and you can make sure you have a blade and a gun in your hand.
Okay.
So yeah, well, I'll allow it.
And then
Paarth, it's still your turn.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to complete his thing because I still have to complete my turn too.
The only other thing is that hey, could use some help over here.
All right, and then my apologies for.
And for Paarth, I would have a double attack of opportunity if I move, so I will unfortunately stay put.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure that the two cultists are going to be like, what the fuck? Because a loud explosion just happened right between them.
Yeah,
Right.
and Volpine just appears out of nowhere on top of the dragon's back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that, it's the one cultist that got knocked in there, followed by the other cultist that got knocked in there, and we're back at the top of the order, baby.
All right.
You hear yells from down below. Hello? What's going on up there?
You actually, you just don't hear anything anymore from them, which is a little terrifying. But also be like, hey, this is a cool opportunity to do some cool shit. And with that, I just had that fucking block up. Oh no, it is right here. Cool, I still have it up. All right. So, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So yeah. So what'll happen is that this little unknown sort of voidborn thing or so that's next to you, Targ, is going to attempt to do his corrupting touch against you again.
Go ahead.
You're no longer frozen, so at least you can do your deflection thingy.
Yes.
And at least it doesn't have advantage on me again.
It doesn't. So I guess to do it twice. So the first attack was a fail, like very huge fail. Not a crit fail though. And the other one was a 21 to hit. And let me go ahead and roll the damage. Let's see. 3d6 plus. Okay. Oh crap! I can't remember his old thing. So okay, no worries. It was 3d6 plus 4. So. Cool. And bada bing, bada boom.
Ow.
16.
Yikes.
Are you going to deflect that?
Actually, no.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's okay. Jeez.
The
I'll
Hollow has. The Hollow has other plans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see first what you can do.
Well, that's it for his turn because he failed his first attack and then he got the other one. So that is it for that.
I was more referring to Valkin, but
Oh,
Here.
my apologies.
All right.
And yeah.
So-
Valkin can move.
Then I am going to step out over here, and I'm going to upcast command. And there.
Oh.
And I'm going to, because it's upcast at 3rd level, because Warlock auto upcast. That means I get to affect 3 creatures. There. And I'm going to try and tell I'm going to try and tell them to yield. And DC of 18.
Okay, and so wait, so who are you targeting exactly? Because it'd be 3 separate targets.
Yep. So I'm going to target. Where's my ruler thingy? There we go. This one, and this one, and that one.
Okay. Let's see. So range is 60 feet for
Gee,
that. So let's see within range.
If
Sure.
not, I can certainly move. Yep.
Oh,
There
yep.
we go.
You're good. You're totally good.
All right.
Okay, so each of them need to make a DC 18. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
The freaking mad bunkers.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's
And
roll
what-
it out. Okay, so I'm doing the ones with the cultist first, or so, like a cultist, exclamation mark, or whatever, quotation marks. You don't know. They're hooded figures. Okay, so the first one, that one was 18, so meets it, beats it. So the one that's in front of Akanon succeeds. The one that's in
Okay.
front of Paarth, let's see. They fail.
Ooh.
Yes.
And then the lady. Oh, she fails. Well,
Yes.
okay. So they are told to yield, which means that they will not do anything on their turn.
Yep. Drop their weapons in there, surrender, all of that.
All
Because
right.
you can't yield if you don't relinquish your weaponry and remove any defensive options that they have.
Well, technically, yield doesn't have to mean like total surrender. This means like giving in a sense.
Give way.
Yeah. To get,
Looks like there was
blipped
another-
again. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Ren.
I was about to say the same thing. You blipped again.
fuck. Try that again. Back.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay. That's so weird. My Wi-Fi connection's really good. I'm not getting anything on OBS or such, but it's because I keep swapping away to try to search up stuff. So
Can you
Weird.
mark the people that were told to yield with color?
yes, I was just about to before I. We'll do pink because it is funny.
There. All right. And
Yes.
then.
It was the one next to Paarth, I think.
Oh, right. My
yeah,
microphone
you're
was
right.
muted.
You're right.
And
Might be.
I'll do the bonus action Rod of the Pack Keeper so I can get that one spell slot back.
Sounds
So-
good.
That effect, does it last a single turn?
Yes.
Neat.
Yep, and then tuck myself back behind the full coverage statue.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, it will go to her turn unless you have anything else you want to do.
There. Let's see here. I will follow that up with the yield, and then you may walk away with your lives.
Okay. So yielding meaning to submit to resistance. Okay.
Mhm. And they may
that
yet
is-
walk away with their lives.
Cool. All right. Well, that is everything. Goes to her turn, and she will take her entire turn. Pretty much, just kind of like, you see that like she wants to do something different, but like, her actions are strained, as like the quarterstaff that she had, she sheaths away, and that is it.
Yes.
Let's see there, and next up, okay, next up is Akanon. So with Akanon, he's like, ugh, whatever they have, be careful not to be hit by it, and will attempt to, you actually do kind of see as Akanon does try to like wield his like his maul or so, it actually looks a bit heavier. Like it seems like he's struggling to try to like wield it like normal. So he just kind of puts it away, and he just kind of goes for his clocked fist, you know. So we'll so he'll go ahead and attempt to attack with his mighty fist.
Wait, how many exhaustion levels does he have now?
He has 2.
Oh, but if he has only 2, then he doesn't technically have disadvantage on attack rolls or saving throws yet.
He does not. But this is a flavor thing, so also because it's still gonna deal a good amount of damage anyway. So
Okay.
So that was a hit. So he is going to punch the fuck out of this dude. And I think I had it recalled last time where it was 2d8 plus 5. So this is his damage. So 13. And okay, can you let me? Thank you. Okay, and then as for his second strike, he is going to attempt to shocking grasp,
Ooh.
which is a crit success. Holy shit. So that is 6d8 lightning damage.
I know there's
Wait, hold on. He's level 2. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. So it's normally a d8 increases by 5th level. Okay, yeah. So 3d8 is normally his thing. But with that, he pretty much just gets that increase to 6d8.
What I worry about is
And this dude cannot take a reaction.
Explosion.
He's
Yeah.
dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he fucking died. Um, yeah, literally at that moment, like he puts it away and like just kind of like, he's like, I don't need this to kill you. He literally just like sucker punches the dude like at the side of the temple, and with the other hand just grabs the dude's head and just shocks it. Before like the clothing and everything like that catches a little bit of fire and just smoke dissipates and clears. Till
Nice.
nothing. And yeah, Vlad, it is your move.
Okay, so since Vlad is still mounted and he sees the 2 individuals here basically stow their weapons, he knows there's one more behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one behind us is still threatening us.
Yeah. So what he's going to do is he's going to lean back in his saddle and basically open fire with the pistol point blank right at the other cultist.
The one behind you?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you are free to do that.
And that is also going to be called out for maneuvering attack.
Oh.
So we're not doing sharpshooter. You do not have advantage, so normal. Here we go. Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 18.
That will hit.
And then for damage...
How does maneuvering
I got
attack work again?
Maneuvering attack is after hitting a creature, I add the superiority die to my attack's damage, which I'll have to roll separately. Ally can use their reaction to move half speed without provoking an attack of opportunity from an opponent.
Nice, which means me.
So that is 15 plus, what was the fucking thing again?
You had it as +6.
Well, that's the base upward
Weapon
damage
die.
for the revolver. I have to roll one more die for the superior technique.
Oh, that's
That's-
right.
That's another D8.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 18 total.
Nice.
And he's going to tell Paarth to get away so that we are not in this pincer position.
Yeah, I would say Paarth would move. You said half speed?
Yeah, half speed.
So 15 feet. Or no, wait, 15? Or 20?
I'm pretty sure I move at 30. 1 sec, I gotta move the sheet again. Yeah, 30. So I can move 15 feet in any direction. I'm thinking... I am selecting from the middle of the tile, aren't I?
Maybe it's because sometimes the model gets in the way a little bit, but if we'll just you want to go to right here or so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
think
you could
may
do that,
make
so
the
5,
most
10,
sense, because we'll
15.
have line of sight of the enemies, but we're not going to be crowded so easily.
Yeah, so 5, 10, 15. And then do a little woo.
Yep.
Yeah, that works.
And then after that, Vladimir is going to fire off another shot for his second attack.
All right, that's the same dude.
Yep, at the same dude. And he's going to do a second maneuvering attack.
Oh.
So normal. Roll that. And that's a miss, probably.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a miss.
Yeah. So he tried to do a shot on the go, but the movement of Paarth just made him miss. Ah, shit! So
All right.
that doesn't get expended. But I do lose one from the previous hit, so down to 4 out of 5. And that was the 2 attacks because the handgun is in the both. Yeah, it was in his offhand there. And then no other attacks he can do. He's not going to dismount. That is going to be it.
All right, sounds good then. Next up is Targ.
As exhilarating as I think this is, he starts with, then just kind of punches at the shadow creature.
Oh, you go punch him? Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
Alright,
cast
go.
Fist on the shadow.
Yeah, because the other maneuvering attack was to basically tell Targ, get the fuck out of there and get yourself into a better position. But he had to miss.
That's your fault.
Right. First,
Ooh, nice.
I'll say that hits.
Oh wait.
That's an nat 1.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, yep. So yeah, if your first attack hits, other one does not hit, unfortunately.
All right. Oops. I forgot the thing. Where the hell did I?
Did you exclamation mark? Then 1d8? Oh.
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay. Yeah, not too bad.
19 First, and then what the hell? I'll just go all the way flurry of blows on the shadow as well.
Yeah. Get him!
Get him!
Get him! Get him! Yep, that'll hit.
Probably
Okay.
does not, but I will be willing to just expend 3 key points in order to use the what is it called again? Focused aim to increase that by 6.
Okay, so yeah, so that's the first one initially hits, and then the second one will turn that into meeting it. So therefore, meet it, you beat it.
Okay.
Sam, go right ahead for your damage then. Do, do, do. Damn. You fucking him up.
And I will use a stunning strike as well.
All right. Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, DC 14.
Okay. That will succeed.
Darn. Oh well. And then he just remarks after that to the cleric that however, we would still have words with you after this. Don't go anywhere.
All right, sounds good. Next up is a dude in the pool. Then it's dude not in the pool. He is going to put away his weapons because he was told to be a good boy. That ends his turn. Next is dude that did get dead. Next is dude that is going to continue attacking. And he is going to run 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And he is going to attempt to strike at you, Vlad.
Oh,
What?
I've been waiting for this.
What's that AC?
18.
23 to hit.
Damn.
Yeah. And this is the dude with the daggers. So, it is a D4 plus 4 to hit. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
On saving throw, that actually is my proficiency.
I'm gonna re-roll
bonus.
that because that fucking just got stuck in Valkin's back. See that shit?
Okay.
The epitome of being throwing a dart at somebody. Looks like it went into his
Right in the
back.
back of his neck.
Ugh.
Oh. Hey, Vulcan, are you good? You good?
I
Everyone's
spent
awesome.
that D4. What do you think?
It's still roll a D. Okay, so that's 8 damage. That's necrotic. And
Okay. 1d20 plus, since I have proficiency in my con, plus 7.
ow, my neck. I cracked my neck. Okay.
15.
That will succeed. And this dude is going to attempt to stab you again with an offhand.
Come on, bitch, I dare you to miss.
It's definitely not. It's actually a confirmed hit. It's a crit.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay. And with that, I need you to go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
Another con.
Yes. No, my dice, they go in the void. So that is.
Oh, come on!
Oh no. Okay.
Ouch.
So that was 7 + 4, so it's 11 necrotic damage, and unfortunately, you do gain a level of exhaustion. So anytime that you have to make an ability check, aka skill checks, you do have disadvantage.
Oh, you're a dead bitch.
All right. That is the end of their turn. Norelor. Literally nobody has seen you or tried to target you, so you are lying on the ground.
I got a question. What's the rules for moving about when you're laying on the ground?
It's half movement because you're trying to crawl pretty much.
And it'd
but you
be
can-
half my movement if I went up, so it's 15 either way.
Yeah.
And
Now you are creative.
that case, I'll just have a Scrooge to 1, 2. She just try to take the.
Just crawling to cover. I'm sorry. I find that's pretty funny. Oh, never mind. You get up.
Well, it's more like she crouches, get into a crouch position again.
That's fine. Yeah. You can still keep your stealth and everything like that, since everyone's pretty much preoccupied. So, anything else you want to do?
She's taking a look, and I'm. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. There we go.
And we've got like 20 minutes, right, for your guys' thing?
That's if we basically drop here and go straight into it, no time for dinner.
Okay, do you guys want to, like, I know it's bad to call it quits in the middle of a fight, but do you guys want to do that?
There. To be honest, in there, that might be the better option.
Okay.
They're right after your turn.
Well, just because I don't want Paarth's turn to get skipped, how about and pretty much the end of the round or so is going to go through. So how about we go through one last round of combat? I'll make sure everything is saved and triple checked and such, and then we'll go ahead and call it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it.
Okay.
Alright.
Cool. So so you have no more movement left because you crawled and you got back up, but you're still kind of like in a stealthy position. You still have your action and your bonus action. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'll do another guiding bolt against the unknown this time.
Go right ahead. You have advantage.
Yeah, my spell attack's a 7.
Nice. You upcasting at all or no?
No, it's gonna be another basic tier, but she knows it's gonna have advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And this Tog. And no crit, right? Yeah, so we'll just go with the... I'm guessing either one would hit.
Yeah, so you get a hit. And go ahead and roll for your damage. Also, hey Mara, welcome on in.
Okay, that's... I don't know how... he does not have a weakness to Radiant, right?
You don't know. You haven't hit him.
I was asking because I thought you increased the amount of dice used if it was a weakness.
Any sort of vulnerability, it just means the damage is doubled. But if it's a resistance, then it's halved.
Okay.
Yeah.
14.
Okay. You see he did not like that, so he must be weak to some sort of radiant attack. So that is 28 damage instead.
Mm-hmm.
he don't look too good. He kind of like, I'll kill you. But like, you have advantage against the next attack against him, so it's like, whatever.
Hmm.
And I will mark this as a yellow. Anything else?
Aside from trying to get her stealth back by going prone again, not really.
Okay, sounds good then.
This is like a cat.
She's just Norelor is just like gophering right now.
Well, she can't think of anything better right now.
I just can't help but find it fucking hilarious. She's making these little pot shots and then just broop, back into the fucking mist.
Dude, it's so... Okay, honestly, like, Norelor's position right now reminds me of that one, like, TikTok or so, where it's, like, the military dude walking in the camp or so, and then, like, I think it's, like, the admiral or so, he just walks through the door, and the guy recording is like, bitch, and then you just see the fucking, like, dude literally just swing over like this, like how Norelor is. Like, just completely, like, perpendicular to the fucking door. This is the funniest shit ever.
You thought you could bring me into darkness, but we're dragging you back into the light.
Nice. So I assume Norelor, that's all you wanted to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, Paarth, you are up.
Paarth through the telepathy, seeing that we're no longer flanked and literally lost to potential problems. Paarth will just simply say through the telepathy in Sylvan, change of plans. As his head looks over this yonder and summons a Trixie Fae right behind the shadow creature.
Ooh, okay.
Trixie Fae.
Not that kind. It's the kind I want to summon. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Wait. Sorry, give me one sec. Oh, they like fucking changed everything, which is really weird.
Hmm.
I was trying to figure out where the other one was, but Faye's down here, so Pixie, but yes, and make him small, but then make him ferocious. And what's his health supposed to be like?
Let me look up the Fae stat block. Stat block is... Why can't I find its HP? It has 15 AC and 38 hit points. And 40 movement speed.
Okay, so 30
HP.
Oh, 30, okay.
30.
Cool. And then I'm just gonna mark in the stats for stat 8, AC 15, you said? Oh yeah, AC 15.
AC 15, yep.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, wasn't the spiritual weapon supposed to attack?
It's controlled by her.
Yeah, so she has to use a bonus action to make it attack.
Ah.
It takes its turn immediately after yours, so I have to add him to the thing real quickly. So there you go.
Yep.
And it is still your move.
Paarth himself can't move because he's once again flanked, so he just simply turns to face him, and ends his turn. I'm going to switch to the sprite. The sprite attacks the shadow thing, so sprite has
A sprite attack.
Yep. They have 5-foot reach. They use spell attack modifier to hit. Oh, they use mine. Cool. So I think it is a plus 7? Yes, plus 7 to hit. Alright, so they are going to use their short sword on the shadow creature.
Trust your instinct. Obey your thirst. Sprite.
17 hit?
Unfortunately, a 17 will not hit.
Darn. Well, she or he gave it their best shot, and as their bonus action, they use Phase Step, teleporting them to behind the cleric. And since they are a trickster, upon their Phase Step, they cast darkness over the head of the cleric she can no longer see.
Wait, the trickster? The Fae can...
Trixie. The Fae can fill a 5-foot cube within 5 feet of it with magical darkness, which lasts until the end of its next turn. This happens every time they use their Phase Step, which is bonus action.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so yeah, fill a 5-foot cube with magical darkness, which lasts until the end of its next turn. Okay, yep, sounds
So unless
good
the cleric
then.
literally moves 5 feet in some direction, she can't see on her next turn.
Okay, sounds good then. I will go ahead and I'm just gonna mark this with a purple. Be like, you're in darkness.
Is she obscured by darkness now?
Kinda,
Just
you know
her head.
exactly where she is, and yeah, it's a 5-foot cube, but because it's such a small cube, you know just to strike in the general direction you can hit her. And in her case, though, she has no idea where you might be at this point. So
So-
she has all the disadvantages of being in darkness. You don't have any disadvantages of attacking her in darkness unless you're trying to do a very precise shot.
And all right, anything else?
That's it. I already ended turn.
Cool. Next up, dude in the pool. Next up, dude in the pool, which will bring us to the beginning of the turn order. With one subtle thing. So Targ, this Voidborn looking creature is not looking too hot. And as it kind of tries to get itself back up and good to go, you see that the purple that was there, it now glows a bright red.
Uh-oh.
And with and from this, you see that it kind of raises a hand at you. Not trying to do any normal attacks or so, but all it is going to say to you while it snaps its fingers, Shar will always win in the end. As we will end the session there.
All right.
Motherfucking cliffhanger.
Well, at least
Yeah.
you don't have either the cleric or the spiritual weapon able to attack you in the next turn unless she moves, because she can't see you to order it to attack you.
Yes. And we will figure out what this this little Shadowborn creature will do next time. So also I'm just gonna post the initiative of what it was. So that way next time I can just pull up very easily. So
Yeah.
Alright, makes sense.
yeah. And holy crap, that was a fun session. I don't know if you guys had much
Yes.
fun. But I had a fun time.
Well, we had a lot of flexible and very interesting mechanics happening in that fight, that's for sure.
It's gonna
Right?
get a lot silly, goofy, and wackier, so trust me.
I almost yet again used Nathir's Mischief, but then the situation changed too much, because while we were completely surrounded, I realized Nathir's Mischief, it was perfect for that. Because while Vlad and Paarth are completely surrounded like that, casting Nathir's Mischief on ourselves means that there is a 1 in 3 chance that us and everybody with us might just giggle and run in a random direction, or a 1 in 3 chance that we might get blinded. But there's also 1 in 3 chance that everybody in there just becomes charmed by Paarth, in which case it really doesn't negatively affect any of us. Paarth is going to be charmed by Paarth. Nothing happens. Vlad being charmed by Paarth is, he goes, hey, my Drakey's even cuter. And Ashdon will be like, Paarth looks a little bit nicer suddenly. That's about it.
Right.
So,
Right. But yeah. With that being said, though, guys, I think this is gonna turn out to be really cool, and hopefully next time with it being a shorter session. I don't know if we'll finish this area. Hopefully we finish it. But with the plans ahead, we'll see how it goes. With that being said, we're not sure if we'll be able to do the next best opportunity, which would be the 10th. We said we might, but it might be a short session. Is that right?
No. So the 10th there is out there. The 17th might be a shorter session. If we wanted to do a just a 1 week skip, otherwise 24th is good to go.
Okay. I'll post that up in the next schedule just to make things a bit easier. 10th is probably not gonna be the best day that we do, just so that way we can kind of discuss it more thoroughly and have something confirmed. If that's okay. So.
Yep.
Alrighty, so
yeah,
no
10th is definitely out.
Then. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Then I'll be able to make
10th,
other plans.
Yeah, 10th is out. So from my updated schedule after this current one, you'll see some updates on my Twitter and also my Blue Sky for the next schedule, which means that I might actually do a community Magic the Gathering night on the 10th. So, ooh.
All right.
But with that being said, let's go ahead and see if we can raid on off to anybody. And actually, I do have someone that I would want to recommend raiding off to. And they're playing a game called Saga of the Moon Priestess. Its emotional support order is live right now.
All right. Well, that sounds like the perfect thing as we're doing the whole Char versus Saloon here in D&D.
Yeah. Well, it's more of like a different game of like classic, like Legend of Zelda.
Oh yeah, but just the game title, it works.
It's perfect. Yeah. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and raid on off to them and give some, big love and support. I haven't raided off to them in quite some time, so if you're raiding on in from my end, which we always do appreciate the support that you guys give. Thank you so much for those that if you were raiding off to and you're still here, thank you so much for raiding in. If you are a follower on my end, which if you're not following, why aren't you? You get some really cool emotes like the cool little raid emote that we'll be using. So if you want to just press that on into Emotional Support Otter's channel, and let's see. And yeah, we'll hope to see you guys next time. Actually, next time we'll be playing Baldur's Gate. So.
Yeah. All right, and from my end here, thank you all for joining us, and my message is going to be the shadows have come to play, followed by your favorite emotes. And catch you next time.
Yep, catch y'all later.
See you later.
Bye.